You know, so
Yes, so
I'm
we
calling
keep
what it's
wearing
not
tips,
as though it
it's
is.
gonna stay tipped.
Come through. Come through.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Do you have a child in Flint right away?
yeah.
Okay, I was wondering. I saw you pushing them.
Yeah, they wasn't supposed to make it that far.
Yes. They still in it?
No, it's over. They lost.
Hey, at least they win, though. Hey, how are you?
I told them they need to check their records.
There's some grown people on the team. Look like some grown women out there.
Yeah, I think you had two females that played on the team. That was third and fourth in line. This basketball. Yeah.
Oh, they had the ball.
Yeah.
I see you trying to sign up for this. I appreciate that.
What's happening? Y'all right?
Where was she with?
I just had to get that one. Hey, how you doing? Oh yeah, how you doing? My favorite attorney. Oh, my what? One of my favorite attorneys. You know what? It's sad how one word changed.
I know, right?
A whole sentence. That's one of my favorite clerks over here.
I'm sure there's some dust money to
I look out over there. Man, you about to go out there, man. You got me looking, man, like I'm cracking something. Yeah, but you know what, they, called me, they called me, right? They called me. I was trying to get me to go out and start. Okay. That's why they don't want to come up to pay you. So, you know what? You know, as soon as it's done, I'll call them tonight too. That's why they haven't given up any outcomes, paper. Yeah. And then, they pay T-X, whatever that is.
Oh.
They pay them money. So what happened? They want to cover, water prices, water prices. So, you show the factors and the numbers. So on the website, they, got all of us spare, representatives, and right. So they was calling for us. So, well, Mark, so today, hackers, you know, they gave one $200 million, and they should be getting $200 million.
Well, no, this.
That's right.
You see what I see?
And the rest of it, well, they still have money. I said to myself, somebody trying to get me on. We are close to our. So I talked to some more, and I was like, yeah, they were geo-track, geo-target. I said, no, judge, that they weren't doing that. I said, man, listen, I said, you know what? I said, see, Stern, those emails,
But he did say it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, I want to talk mess. I mean, when I first heard him do it, I talked mess to him. I talked to him about it. But when I'm looking at this is a big, we only got money. They got 450, insurance policy to So she talking about if she's sanctioned. So that's what I didn't really understand, right? That if she's sanctioned and take away that answer to something, then they won't have anything to really defend. I'm not really understanding, but whatever it sounded good with what I read told me.
I don't think there's our their packets are fine. Okay, I think it's just the one thing that's set up, which is thank the Lord that we, so I think we're good here. Because none of them ask for against the wall. So that's good. So I'm gonna hold it from there.
Because you gotta be quiet.
Councilman Piper. Thank you for being on time.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Tanya will come walk away with Delta, you know, from,
Oh, I got to come out the road.
I forgot you got to.
Hold on now.
Hey, look, that's got you look there. I know what you did there. That's why I'm sitting there. Hey, I ain't afraid of y'all sororities and fraternities.
Proceed at your own caution. It's all good.
No, man.
Just be over here talking.
Hey, I'm gonna tell it. You know I be having some jokes. You know it's jokes. You know I be having.
Yeah, really, when we had the, I don't even stand and shout, but I was standing and shouting. Yeah, I was too. Yeah.
4:30. Soon as they get done, they gonna make it to the 4:30. I don't know, man. I don't think so.
Big, you switching seats today?
Yeah.
Imagine we'll have a full house.
This what I was asking, I was told to ask you in the chat. Go Angie Max and ask them was he switching seats today?
We'll see.
We're gonna see. Give him time. Dave Blue, first Dave Brown.
But see, I'm willing to admit, there's a lot of people running around here and saying some serious
I've never heard of it.
we need site evaluations that we need to go knock on door to door. But I ask the county getting checks, especially ones that they haven't participated in their kid gets in trouble. They have to participate along with their kid in order to get them out of trouble. We need to do it now. Mental health for later.
We have no health.
I'm saying for later. No, they stopped it. They stopped it. Judge Clark, he took it away. She said 2019, somewhere around there. I'm looking at you. I see it's not 10.
I said that. They should have put something on it.
Like you let that slip off.
They're still here. And I live in Flint. But they've been there for a week. So, like, okay.
But I understand. I proceed with that.
Yeah, no, I prefer that. Okay, we'll keep you posted. All right, bye.
So you're gonna have me get it?
You confirmed it. That tonight.
Or should I say, have you?
You're mentioning that. If I get
So we need it right away? I just want to figure that's how I know what. See, I've been trying to hear you.
Why did they grant it? Why did they grant it? Why did
She didn't tell me. All they did was said, Judge Barker, first thing I heard, and she's mad at us out there. It wasn't her, it was such a threat. But she's willing to stand back up. So,
But we gotta find out why. The money they didn't get, that one thing, yes, the results were.
he started real quick.
Yeah, okay.
But one night, he turned to some of that position. But the state, I mean, they do it for GIS. No, it's already there. It's already there. But for anything that was water, they still send money. They still send money from the state. Dealing with water crisis, like last year. So we for it real quick. And have them. They put some money in there last year.
That's something that I'm saying today because I got my passport and stuff. I wouldn't want to go by myself. Yeah, that's safe. No, that's safe. It's something we consider. I don't have a problem. And the new one coming out? This is just. Thank you so much.
I hadn't had one of that, when I converted.
I'm like, who going on for sex? You see it didn't affect what they're in for the ammunition. Could have been what GHS was doing. So that's what's it called? Regardless. You know. She ain't got on her Delta outfit.
Our baby think she's working for Delta Airlines.
Now you can get you got to see her. She gonna be a black style, black shoe. She get ready to tell her exit doors, flotation device. Yeah, like
see you over here, I can see you over here. You talking about me? I didn't know, man, go get it, man. What would you like to leave What school you go to?
Is that quicker? They're trying to get you quicker than you're supposed to be.
Who they training? They training. Oh, no.
I think that's fine. Or is it something?
Y'all dressed. I said, there she go right there.
Why did I think that was why did I know They always text me, I'm not getting home on Sunday.
If all council members would please take their seats so that we can start this special affairs committee. The time is now 4:51 p.m. on Monday, March 25th. I call this special affairs committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Present. Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mashat. Present. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Ms. Williams.
Present.
8 members present. We have 8 members present. Are there any changes and or additions to the agenda? Seeing as how there are no changes or additions to the agenda, we will now go to public speaking. Is there anyone who wishes to address the council?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to address the council. My name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, right on the borderline of Ward 1 and Ward 3. For the record, hello America, thanks for staying tuned with this situation in Flint. I was going to speak on this, but until I saw my attorney come in, Michelle Young, but Fred Tucker was my attorney, and the whole America know what happened to him. Michelle had to take over, just like this in this unprecedented society. Our president has to speak anyway. What I'm going to say about, I had a situation on Ash Friday at the Miriam Hotel. My little lawyers was assaulted by, I wasn't calling him little Napoleon, but I call him Penguin now. Y'all watch the Batman episode, but otherwise was the mayor of Flint. Put them Toys R Us shoes on and tore our suit. I thought before we went to take care of the business of the city, my attorney came to me and said, Mitchell, I was put out of this Miriam in the Boom Boom Hall. That's where we have dinner before we go. I said, man, what you mean? He said he was assaulted, but through the little Penguin, he had the people along the Miriam Hotel to put attorney and lawyers out. That's why he couldn't address. He was in a daze. His lawyer asked him a question, but he couldn't. He said, I take the answer no. I think that's what he's talking about. When them fellows say they almost turned Mays over, coming on 447 5, coming to Flint from Saginaw, they threw up their hands, but the car got in control by itself. I say Mays did that. Because that would have been a bad scene. Because what I'm trying to say, the man should be up here right now before I can address this with what he done. Because when we got back to the hotel, he was over there in the corner, but when we got ready to go, I thought he had gone. He got up in front of us, but only thing came out my mouth was, hey, what my $2, man? He said, he went in his pocket, but I wanted to address him about what he done to I couldn't think straight because he was waked up. The lawyers, I guess they're trained not to lose their cool, but they gotta speak for themselves like the concerned passengers. Like when they, like lawsuits, when y'all took them in the back room, hide from the public, and Uncle Young gotta be dealt with and from there.
Thank you.
Stay tuned, America. Keep on watching this situation in Flint. Oh, there we go. Reverend King. Go get shot like Martin Luther King.
Hi, my name is Melissa Zwarowski. I used to live in the 6th ward. Well, it was 8th ward, then it went to 6th ward. But now I'm in 1st ward. I've been, I haven't been to meetings because I got arthritis really bad in my body. And what I see happening down here is outrageous. I mean, seriously. Eva, you're sitting over there. Freaking Liddell Lewis sitting over there. Liddell and Kim is going after Dennis and Ann. I mean, when do y'all start acting like adults and stop acting like children? When are you gonna start doing things for the residents? Because all I hear is the city of Flint, but I don't hear nothing about the residents. I mean, what is it that you guys do in your seats? Because I don't see anything. I mean, Liddell, you voted twice against Pump 5, the residents. You won't give no residents ARPA money.
Yeah.
I mean, but you all seem to have nice things and, got your portion of ARPA money. Well, what about the residents, since you guys all sold your souls? I mean, I hate to be for your time to sit there and be judged by God because you already done sold yourself to the devil by doing the residents dirty. I mean, how do you sleep at night? I mean, in Eva, seriously, you really need to quit being a teacher. I mean, for you to sit there and talk about Mr. Mays like you did at your school, unacceptable. I mean, I've seen Liddell Lewis, her little comments on Facebook, TikTok, talking about Mr. Mays. I mean, that man did nothing but fight for the residents to get things for his residents. But see, again, there's an issue that you have to have so many people to be able to do those things in your wards. So if you don't have 5, well, before it was actually 6, you work off of 5 now, which I'm not quite understanding that. People talk about you, when you finally get the 6th person in. Well, that doesn't still excuse the 5 illegal people that you were doing instead of making sure you had the sixth vote. I mean, you're a teacher. You should know that. I mean, you should be able to do that math. I mean, but us residents, it's funny, we get told that, we want handouts. Well, what are you doing with all these 501c3s and these corporations? Are they not getting handouts? Because I don't see them working for anything. And then we don't even know if they're doing what they said with this money. Because I see that with all these 501c3s that got all this money for, especially for blight, our city should look beautiful this summer. It should look beautiful on every side. Because you all gave this money to 501c3s and you don't want to do a damn thing for the residents. I mean, I'm not understanding that. You sit there and talk about the residents, but you do nothing for the residents. Just like, Sleazy Neely. He doesn't do nothing for the residents. We still don't have no clean water since he's been in office. We're still at 90%. But then he wants to run for the state? Are you kidding me? I mean, I don't know who he thinks that's going to vote for him because he doesn't even, people watch what he does in this city. With all this corruption going on, I mean, I really been praying. The FBI comes in, they all put y'all in handcuffs, you look good in orange, and, I'm going to feel bad for your children because, well, they're not going to have their parent. So that's all I got to say, and have a blessed night.
Tom Petroni, Wayne State University. Today is the day that Mays would have returned to council after his suspension. Up until the day that Mays passed, I was working with Davina to ascertain what was allowable in chambers in terms of food and refreshments to celebrate his return today. We would have been celebrating right now with Mays in that seat and us showing our love for him with a standing ovation despite what these 5 hollow husks sitting up here had done to him. Eric is everything that you 5 are not. And when I say you 5, I know well and you know well and all these people know well that there is no ambiguity about who we mean and don't mean by you 5. Countless people on YouTube and elsewhere have spoken since Eric's passing to say they are more involved in government because of him. You do the opposite. While Eric inspired more people to become involved, you work to limit the ability of people to participate in government. You are so desperate to shut the people up that you work to limit them to 1 minute. You call the police when the people go a few seconds over their meager allotment, threatening people like Jan Marie Arbor. Mays was always teaching, even while he was up there in his council seat. He was always asking that we not just call out the resolution number, but also explain to the people what the resolution was. He rarely wanted to go into closed session for the same reason. He wanted what council did to be transparent. He wanted council to be an open book to the people. The role of a legislature who loves the people and loves democracy is always to be explained to people what is at stake for them in a motion that is being considered. Eric believed in not just being a faithful representative, but also to bring people into the democratic process, to help us understand what might otherwise seem arcane. He didn't allow the council seat to exalt him. He exalted the people. He demanded respect for his council seat, not as a mirror of his ego, but rather as a mirror of the people he represented. He was everything that you are not.
Amen.
And that is why he is loved so widely all over the U.S. and even the world. You are not loved this way. In fact, many people loathe you for how you treated Eric, how you tried to shut him up, how you acted and still act as corrupt servants of the powerful and yourself.
That's right.
You were clearly jealous of Eric, dismissing the outpouring of love for him by calling him a TikTok performer, even as Eric didn't even know what TikTok was, or that he was quickly becoming famous. People didn't love him because he was uncivil or insulting. They loved him because he refused to be shut up.
That's right.
Eric was everything the powerful feared most, an outspoken black man who refused to back down. Even in some friends of Eric's even criticized him for always holding the line, for not strategically choosing his battles, as they put it. But Eric's MO was always, you are not going to take away even a centimeter of his manhood. Thank you.
Yeah.
James Moore out of the...
Go to Mike now.
Okay, James Moore out of the 2nd Ward. I know Mrs. Worthy is here tonight, I mean, no disrespect. But I'd like to be able to say to Councilman Carter, I believe that you will be becoming the senior council person on council, and I just want you to know that I'm going to be getting you a bottle of Bear aspirins because you're going to have some headaches, you're going to have some heartaches, and they say Bear aspirin helps you with your heart, but we need to keep you healthy so that you will be able to work with the council. So I'm going to be praying for you. And then I'd like to address my council person, which is Lindell Lewis out of the 2nd Ward. Between Holmes and Carpenter Road, it's like playing TikTok right now. The potholes are getting bigger, and hopefully so you can work with Clyde Edwards back there with the administration to try to, you don't have to replace the road, but if you could fill them 60 potholes, it'll help before somebody get killed out there trying to get around them. And I know that you're not in the 1st Ward, but you are in the 2nd Ward, and I know that you can be a good neighbor and get some things done. I know that you keep your receipts. I believe in you, and I'd like to see that get done. We don't have a 1st person yet, but we do have a 2nd, which is the president of the council, and Clyde is the city manager. Clyde Edwards is the city manager for the administration, and I believe you can work with them, so get something done.
Good afternoon, Council. Tia Harris, 1st Ward resident. Well, now that Mr. Mays is gone, the first ward residents, as well as the residents of the rest of the city of Flint, are really going to see just how much fighting Mr. Mays did. Because now that his umbrella is gone, all of you council are going to have to stand on your own 2 feet. And we're really going to see what you're made of now.
Right.
Now, Mr. Mays' celebration was beautiful. His celebration, his homegoing was outstanding.
Yeah.
That was eulogized by Bishop Neil Roberson. Now, talking about outstanding, Ms. Liddell Lewis, you did an outstanding job on last week. You need to be commended for your exemplary performance on last week. Because what you did, in my mind, with those letters, the PhD, you know the PhD that you have? What you did, in my mind, was to show what those letters really mean. You know, you went to the institution of learning and got the highest degree that you could receive. Those letters, PhD. So with that performance that you did last week, PhD to me, from what you exemplified, means polyhyperdemon. PhD, for me, what you exemplified, means personal human deficiency.
Whoa.
That's what those letters PhD mean to me, based on your outstanding performance of last week. So polyhyperdemon and personal human deficiency, those are what those letters mean, that you have attached to your name. Outstanding. Outstanding.
Take that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rose Merle. I'm a First Ward resident. We are asking you to put your differences aside. We are asking you to stick to the agenda. We are asking you to remember that same damn disclosure that you read to us, it applies to you. It's a 90-day misdemeanor. You can't be escorted out too. So please, and you're representing the residents, and everybody all around the world is watching us. So please, stop embarrassing us. In regards to the charter, we got the amended copy. If don't nobody know about the amended copy, and you read that charter, you don't know that it's an amended copy, it's gonna be a little confusing later. So if I can ask you guys to work on getting that amended, putting it together, making all the corrections, so we can have one copy. Because I was advised that's the charter, and then we got the amended copy, so you've got to read both. The other copy, the amended copy is the rules that were changed. If we can combine them and put them in one book. That's what I was told by the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Attorney Trishelle Young, and I am here to ask you to reconsider allocating ARPA funds to the North Flint Food Mart, the co-op. And I'm asking for your reconsideration because, as I understand it, there was some confusion as it related to the application. On the city side, the application showed incomplete, and I understand through Mr. Flynn that they submitted, or thought they submitted, a completed application, and one has since been provided to the council. And I'm asking for you to reconsider it because that $300,000 that they were asking for is leveraging for the additional funding that they need to finally complete and open that grocery store. That store is in a food desert, as you know, since Kroger's has closed on the north end of Flint. As a criminal defense attorney, I would say even a clear majority of my clients come from the north end of Flint. And food affects mood, and we need to have good, healthy food options for people on the north end of Flint.
Right.
So I'm asking you to reconsider it despite the technical difficulties. Let's do what's best for the city residents on the north end of Flint, allocate that funding. And I know it's taken almost 10 years for this co-op to come to fruition, but if you look at the co-op in Detroit, they started their co-op in 2013, and they are opening their doors in May of 2024 this year. So it takes time when you're on a project like this. But what's important about this is residents have invested into this co-op. And the city has almost put $500,000 into it. So it's not as if you're not already investing in the co-op. So I'm saying we're at the finish line. Let's cross through, let's finish it so that we can improve outcomes on the north end of Flint and get things done to where we can have a healthy food source. Because right now we're dealing with environmental discrimination as it relates to healthy groceries. There's a difference when you go in a food market on the north end and when I go out to Grand Blanc and go in a food market. Not only is the selection and the variety better, but it just looks healthier, it looks prettier, it's more colorful, more colors of the rainbow. And that's important as it relates to our children who have been exposed to lead, and it's important to our adults who get caught up in the criminal justice system. So please reconsider allocating some funding, if not the entire $300,000 for the Flint North End Food Co-op. Thank you.
Amen.
My name is Dolly Austin, and I'm a resident of the city of Flint, the First Ward. I wanted to go for that First Ward councilman seat, and I know nothing about politics, but I wanted to go for it because it seems like everybody on the council members are getting the ARPA funds, and I really need some ARPA funds. I was going to sit in that seat to get my house fixed. Okay, I got my toilet fixed. It was going in the bottom of the floor, and the church heard about it, and they helped me with it. Now my roof is leaking. I don't have the joists up under the bottom of my house, so my bathroom is just sitting there. So it goes down every 2.5 years. I need those ARPA funds. I have a picture window in my house, and I couldn't afford the window. And so somebody donated me plywood. There's plywood up there for my window. And you go by the house, you'll think it was a vacant house. It's bad over there on the north side, in the First Ward. It's real bad. And then I like to say this. When I was 20 years old, I wasn't able to vote yet. I think it was 21 at that time. I got in a fight, and the man got killed. I pled guilty to like a manslaughter. I was young when I went to prison. And I know one thing, when you go to prison, every time you go, you get that same number. You go the first time, you got that same number, but you get a letter in front of that number, A. Go the second time, you get a B in front of that number. Third time, a C. The fourth time, a D, and so on and so forth. Well, I got a G in front of my number. It's not because of crimes, it's because I escaped from prison so many times. Every time you escape, you get a new charge. Anyway, I'm saying that to say this. I have been through a lot of court battles. I've been seeing trials. I've talked to a lot of inmates. And one thing that they do when they take you to court is the rules. They have to follow the rules to convict you. You can be guilty or innocent, it's all get out. But if they follow the rules and you're innocent, they can send you up anyway just because they follow the rules. Rules are very important in everything you do. Everything you do, rules are very important. Please hear me. You know, in the First Ward councilman, I seen that he was trying to make everybody stick to the rules. You stick to the rules, you can bend the laws. Bend them this way, they go all the way over this way. You know them dirty attorneys will do that. Or you can bend it to go all the way the other way. Whatever way you bend it, rules have to be followed. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Jean Marie Arbor, 7th Ward resident and candidate for 7th Ward Council. I'm here to acknowledge the wonderful celebration of life and memorial service for our councilman, Mr. Eric Mays. It was, and I should say both days were truly, truly memorable. Fitting for a prince. And that's who Mr. Mays was. He was a prince for the people.
Right.
And if we really understand what a prince is, we know that a prince is not here to be served, but is sent to be a servant. And that's who Mr. Mays was. He was a great man. Mr. Mays opened the eyes of so many people. That's why, as of this moment, his memorial has been watched by over 36,000 people. His funeral has been watched by over 23,000 people. Imagine the influence that he has had upon civic engagement across this country. I hope by his example, many more cities will pay attention to their city councils and their governments, as Mr. Mays encouraged all of us to do within our hometown here of Flint. I'm so appreciative to all of the individuals who contributed to making this past weekend one that will live in memory forever. To the dear friends, the colleagues, those who have known him for so long, strangers, persons across the United States and outside of this country, in particular the Lintel Law Group, did an absolutely outstanding job. And I commend them. I commend you all. I thank you so much for all that you did. The last thing I'd like to address is Eva Worthing. I would hope that because she was absent last Thursday, that she would recuse herself or simply be permitted from voting in this evening's selection of an interim candidate to fill the first ward seat. I thank you all so much. Going forward, I hope you make the right decision for the right reasons during council meeting. Thank you.
My name is Wilbur Papa Jerry. I'm Effie's baby boy.
All right.
I got up to thank each and every individual that participated in the homegoing of Eric Mays. Last Friday and Saturday. I'm gonna try to name as many names as I can think of and put on the record. I'm gonna start out with the Lennon Group. Don't be for the Lennon Group. The celebration, it wouldn't have been a celebration of that magnitude. The Lennon Group. And they do praise, admiration, credit, and whatever adjective you want to put with the participation and the involvement that they had with making it all happen.
Right.
Bishop Neil Robertson did a phenomenal, fantastic job. House of Prayer, Baptist Church.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unbelievable, very conciliatory, very patient. The lady who performed and cooked the food, Beverly Biggs. I want to call Aqua Woodson name, but I ain't see Aqua Woodson there, so I can't call your name. I'm gonna have to go on and try to remember some other people. And in this last minute I got Quincy Mays, Quincy Murphy. I got a warning at the last meeting for your lie. You lied on Eric Mays. Eric Mays fought until his death to get them 18 properties that the city had transferred over from Dead Cherry back to the city. He fought like hell, and all y'all fought against him except a few of the officers. For him just to distribute and sell them properties to them people. Eric Mays never lived in one of them properties. And you lied and said he lived in the property. And I'm putting that on the record. And I ain't scared. You know. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't scared, Quincy. Thank y'all for entertaining my little old 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Claire McClinton, and I thank the previous speakers for reminding us, and we're still healing, and we're still trying to get our mind wrapped around the loss that we've suffered in the passing of Councilman Eric Mays. And a tribute to Eric Mays would be to pick up the baton on the issues that he fought for preceding his passing. And that is to put more money into home repair and rehabilitation. We've been demanding, begging, pleading, crying for more money. And by the way, in that category, which was $5 million, is a tarp on the roof or a broke down porch. Is that blight asking for a friend? Is that blight? Let's get the money out of the blight category. Put 5 in the home rehab and put 10 million more in the blight department. Let's get it done. And the other thing, in reference to the homes that the city was able to secure, why haven't anyone investigated? We've been asking about that. Investigate the purchase of the 190 homes and properties which the county treasurer, Deb Cherry, let's not be scared to call names, Deb Cherry did not notify this city that the homes were up for sale. The bundle was out there. No one in this city was notified. It might have given an opportunity for us to pay 1.5 plus $1 and get those homes and save these families. So I'm gonna close with this. In the final, you can sit up there and act like you don't hear. You can sit up there and act like you don't see. And you can sit up there and act like you don't care. But guess what? The people is the final arbiter of justice. The people will be heard. The people will change the situation. We are the last word. I hope you remember that.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Chester Coleman, business in the state of Michigan. I'm on here just want to say a few things. You know, we do a lot of things in the city. The government do a lot of things. The city of Flint do a lot of things. But I understand y'all giving all this funding to these big corporations, Genesee County and all the different things. But y'all ain't giving nothing back to the city people, the city of Flint, to live in the city of Flint. All right. You know, it's time now for nonsense, chaos, that y'all not ducking the business, trying to build Flint up instead of downtown, giving all the money away and all these different big corporations. What about the residents in the city of Flint? That's right. When is y'all gonna start looking out for them? You know, y'all keep doing things around here. You wonder why the water bill goes up, the property tax going up. No one have no place to stay. So the money that y'all have in this town, why aren't y'all investing back in the city of Flint? Build a new home, apartment complex for people who have places to stay. For our property tax to go down, our water bill go down. We got less than 80,000 resident people in the city of Flint. But every time we turn around, we get a bill, the water bill's going up, the taxes going up. But y'all instead of giving Genesee County, Land Bank, all these people millions of dollars, but you're not giving nothing back to the city of Flint. What's the problem? What is y'all up here for?
That's right.
Y'all up here for to tear the city down, disrupt it, throw it out the way? You forget where you come from. Each and last one of y'all was born here in the city of Flint. And you ride down on north end of town, you see how ragged it is. What does y'all think about building for? What does y'all think about doing for? Is y'all gonna bring some resident homes back here, building the property up? That our property taxes go down? Every time I turn around, my taxes going up. Property taxes going, all the land I own in the city of Flint. And it went up sky high. But I'm supposed to council pay it, but I'm not getting no help from the city of Flint. Bring some resident homes back in the city of Flint. Quit looking at this big corporation, Tennessee County and all that. The government does that all the time, so they can hire things, but they get ordered, y'all can say, we spend it over here, we spend it over here. But what did y'all do for the city of Flint? Nothing. And y'all talking about y'all up here for us? I believe you up here for yourself, just collect them little $100. The dollars y'all getting every day, you walk out here, you be just like the rest of the people in the city of Flint struggling, trying to pay their taxes every year. And that's what y'all want to do, for everybody to move out, for the city of Flint to fall to the wayside like it's doing. When is y'all gonna open up your eyes and put up here? Last week you argued for one thing for 2.5 hours and still didn't accomplish nothing. But y'all said y'all councilmen. Y'all up here trying to help the city of Flint. Right now what I see is y'all destroy the city of Flint. Y'all need to get off the bandwagon and get together in one accord and put your agendas together, say what you're gonna do, how you're gonna do it, and make this stuff go. Y'all got $100 million. Where is that on the north end of town? Y'all ain't got $1 on the north end of town that said y'all did some development. But y'all said y'all for the people of Flint. And we put y'all in position. Y'all still ain't doing nothing. Amen.
Amen. John Miller, First Ward. First thing I'd like to hear is about light. Y'all need to get control of land bank and stop that land bank sell condemned houses that are not even being fixed up. I got one right next to me, been condemned for 3 years. They supposed to tore it down last year, but they sold the house to somebody for $500, a condemned house that the roof, the floor is out, and it ain't been big score tore down. So y'all need to hold land bank and make sure. Matter of fact, demand they tear down all these houses and quit selling garbage to the people. And we just make them fix the houses in a timely fashion. Second of all, I'd like to know if y'all doing these water bills that got written off, are y'all passing them on to the consumers? Because some people water bills are doubling and they're not using no more water costs. They've been on vacation. So if I'm on vacation, how can my water bill be more than it was the previous month? All right. Thirdly, I'd like to discuss the Eric Mays. Eric was a fighter. So whoever y'all put in that seat needs to be a fighter. Amen. And y'all need to look at these resumes and find out who's been fighting hardest in the first ward. And not the ones who just moved in the first ward. Put somebody in there who know the first ward, been in the first ward, and is a fighter for the first ward, and not a fighter for y'all. Somebody will fight for the people just as good as Eric is. Thank you.
Good evening, Arthur Woodson. Let me start with this right here. I know Rose and I know Leon. I'm hoping and praying that you are not like Candace, Liddell, Quincy, Judy Priestley, and Eva Worthing, because those are the 5 that's going to pick you. And they are sold out and they are rubber stamped. They have nothing to do whatever the little man asks them to. And then they sit back and make up fictitious lies.
Not telling people that they sit back and instigate and do certain things. I hope that you are an independent thinker, not somebody that go along and get along. And also, if I speak about you politically and your response is in anger because I disagree with you, then we're gonna have back and forth. Sometimes you don't have to speak or respond to a speaker. See, that's what I liked about the old council people that was on this council. Because they didn't respond to everything, and they didn't respond with emotions like Quincy does, like Liddell does, like Candace, get to looking up in the ceiling point and talking to herself. I think all y'all need to go get a mental health evaluation instead of a parliamentarian. Parliamentarian can't help mental illness. I'm just being real. I don't care what you say about me. I'm just saying, I think all elected officials should take a mental evaluation before they take office. Because if you cannot cope, if you cannot deal with people coming up here speaking their mind about how they feel about their city, then you shouldn't be an elected official. Because I know y'all gonna respond. I know y'all gonna start saying things, but, oh, you all right. I know y'all gonna respond. I know y'all gonna say something. Oh, City Clerk, can we get the box back here, because Liddell gonna be the president at the next meeting, and some people are not gonna put their name in this box for the next meeting, and the box is back there. So we need the box back there so that we can sign up to speak at the next council meeting. But saying this right here, y'all stop trying to take things to a personal level, because if you get personal with me, if you get aggressive with me, I'm gonna give you that same energy back. And I'm saying that. And don't get mad with me when I do it. I'm serious, man. You can't get mad with the audience because the audience gives you the same energy that you're putting out. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I know y'all miss me. I miss Viper. I miss Jerry. I miss Tanya. The rest of you fools I miss. You know, it was sad. Not one of you showed up for Eric's funeral. Not one of you showed up for the memorial. That showed, but Quincy said he was sad that he died. He wasn't too sad he didn't show up. He didn't sign his name to the book, little thin ass nigga. You know, it's sad for you guys to sit up here. It's sad for you guys.
Please pause the time. Please pause the time. Please pause the time.
Hey man, they
What's the point of order?
Nobody want to hear her point? Or order?
I believe Beverly Big Levy said something about blank. I mean, I couldn't make up the rest, but I heard ads maybe on the end.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Biggs Levy, please watch your comments.
You
Thank
know
you.
what, you guys ain't saying nothing else when somebody
Please
says
start your time.
she has a
Thank
problem. She has a problem that I said something. But you know what? April the 1st, we go to court at 8:30 and see how you walk out and smile then. You ain't gonna walk out and smile, because we got you on that trick or treat candy. We gonna get you on that one. It's gonna walk. So anybody that wanna go out and get these signatures, Quincy, you think I ain't going out, but I'm out. I'm in the background. Like I say, I'm gonna run for your seat. Clap, stand up and give me a standing ovation like you did before. Ain't gonna happen, dude. That's the part I like. I like harassing you guys because y'all full of stuff. You are full of it. And you sit up there like y'all ain't did nothing. You basically killed Eric. You killed him. You done got for nothing else. So guess what? The last laugh will be on y'all. Because if I have to recall and recall and recall, just because you got away with that laugh, it was the fourth one the very next day. You just feel so happy, didn't you? I want you to smile like you be smiling. Like a little like silly boo. Like I'm funny. I ain't been here 3 weeks, and guess what? Y'all ain't had no problem with me. But I'm looking, and I'm watching, and I'm praying that you guys y'all might as well resign. Because I am not that girl. Have a good day.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Thank you, sir.
My name is Jay Ernest, Flint, Caskets, and Memorials. The most hurtful thing that I have seen so far is that I bet y'all could not wait to come in here and remove Mr. May's picture and his flowers. The flowers that was outside that they came out and put there. Y'all broke y'all neck to run in here and do away with it. But I just hope and pray that the next Flint City Council member is not on the side with y'all. I hope that the one that comes up has his own mind and can do and will vote for what he or she feels that is right and not side with crookedness. Y'all have a blessed day.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council. You all have a tough decision ahead of you. Yes, the community is hurting. Hurting people hurt people, and the city of Flint has been hurting for a long time. It's a deep-rooted thing that's been inside the chambers for a long time, too. And only until people, the leadership, changes their minds and attitudes of how you want to deal with each other, that's the only possible way it will ever change. As long as we have people rooted in bitterness, anger, resentment, false accusations, not living for the truth, and I even say not living how God says that they're supposed to live when they say they're for God. Also, nobody's perfect. I live in the first ward. Some people said that they didn't want that seat filled. It has to be filled. The same people who were saying, oh, the people in the first ward are not being represented when Councilman Mays was put out for 30 days and 90 days, those should be those same people with that same energy saying, we still need that representation in that first ward seat. Everybody's personality it clashes, but as adults, there should be some point where we can really truly move beyond that. I just still don't get why we're still stuck in the same cycle, in the same system, in the same mess, the same denial. It's just a cycle, a continuous cycle. So I know you guys have hard decisions. We appreciate you all for being here and making decisions to help the first ward to move forward. We want to move forward in peace. We want to move forward in confidence. We want to move forward in accomplishing some things. We want to move forward in getting the black removed and having someone who's still going to be in the community doing that. I heard a few people say something about, oh, I'm not trying to do anything or say anything against Councilman Mays because he did do a lot of good for this city. And me personally, someone said, well, certain people didn't come to his funeral. I personally, as a human being, wanted to be there. But I know if I had showed up, somebody would have something smart to say, and, oh, she don't like him, and this, that, the other. It was never about like or dislike. It was about the actions and the functions of the first ward council seat. So I'm just taking these last 30 minutes and seconds for a moment of silence. And I pray that everybody can clear their minds and clear their hearts and try to start over again. If you have to start over again, start over again. If you have to try it again, start over again, start over again. just don't continue on in the same negativity that's been portrayed about this great city and the people that are great that live here. Thank you.
My name is Rwanda Terry, and I'm just here to say, I hope when y'all did this vote, y'all did it fairly, because when the last 4 candidates was up here interviewing, some of the council people were asleep. So I don't actually understand how this vote is going to be fairly when the council people were asleep, and so was the attorney. We have video, we have pictures. So I'm just hoping it's fairly, because y'all were snoring. My daughter has video of one of y'all about to hit y'all head, so just please beware. We're watching. All right.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Good evening, council. My comment is basically for the audience. I mean, free speech is one thing.
Address the council.
Free speech is one thing.
Can we pause the time really quickly?
What's your name?
I will ask that all people that come to the lectern, please address us. Thank you.
Sure.
Please start the time.
My name is Pierre Walker, and again, I'm going to address the council, but my comments are mainly for the audience. Free speech is one thing. But when you venture upon insult, I think you lose that right to free speech. That's my thought.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the
Coming back, sir.
council? Ariel, I'm going to ask you to stop yelling out, please, and thank you.
Yes, my name is Audrey Muhammad.
You're not welcome.
I do pray that you all fairly, I doubt it, pick and choose somebody who's not gonna just be a yes man, vote the way you want, or don't challenge you. And somebody said, sometimes a challenge can be good. It actually can be good. I am very disappointed in the last several meetings that I have attended. I've been accused of helping to try to incite a riot back in December. That was said here. I think Allah, because Allah made sure I didn't even hear the comment, because I probably would have said something back at that particular time, but I was told that that was what was said by several people. When in instance, and in fact, the council that's sitting up here before us have incited riots on several occasions, including that day in December when they had the police to come from the back. Like I tell people, it's a council you see on camera, and there's a council that you see and feel when you're in these chambers. We saw about 5 officers rush down this way to arrest Eric Mays. That's what incited that day and what happened that day. That was definitely wrong. That was a riot that was incited. We often hear and see the weaponizing of the police. I asked the police officers in the back the last meeting, are you here to protect the council or the citizens? I was told they're going to be non-biased. I told them I see you being biased. They're very biased. I have a question about the ARPA contracts. Are you all even questioning these people on the budget that they have? How they spending the money? How much of the money they're receiving is actually going to go to the community and the people that they claim they're going to go and serve? I hope the feds come in here and investigate every one of those organizations and investigate you all for giving the money to your friends and your family members. I want to close this out by reciting the Holy Quran, Surah 114. I seek thy refuge in the Lord of men, the King of men, the God of men, from the evils of the whisperings of the slinking devil that whispers into the hearts of the men from amongst the men and the jinn. You go look that up and you go look and see what that means, because a lot of y'all have been whispering or been whispered to by the voices of a slinking devil who got you all going against the people who elected you into these positions, who their tax dollars is paying you your salaries. Some of y'all don't even show up, or you don't vote in the way that your constituents want you to vote. So I ask you to go home and pray and question yourself. Maybe some of y'all don't, because y'all don't believe in God. Thank you.
Hey!
Good evening, my name is Joyce Wilson. I am a 60-plus year resident of First Ward in Flint. My family was among the first 4 black families to move into that neighborhood. My sister and I integrated Gunnery School, 5th grade, 2 kids in 1st grade and 1 in 6th grade. I'm gonna say this, there's a lot going on. People are very emotional, they're passionate, they want what they want. All I'm asking you as a long-term resident, volunteer, and person who's worked in my community, I want you to consider this. Many of us do not feel like we've been represented, and it's been a long time. We're looking to see people placed in First Ward seat that are willing and able to work with their co-workers for the better good of First Ward and the entire city. It's 2024. The things that are separating us are very minor. We're all here trying to live a life and move forward. And I hope you will seriously consider who you place in this seat. It should not be about anything except for their qualifications and their experience to hold the position and do it well. Answering phone calls and emails, that's a part of it, but I think a bigger part of it is reaching out to your community. First Ward is filled with elderly people who have lived there for years. They're afraid, they need protection, they need services, and they need to know that their council person will reach out to them too, even if they are conservative, even if they're not hanging out at the block with whoever. Just know that everybody there wants to be represented, and we want to be represented by someone that we can respect and that is respectable. Whether you like someone or not is not the issue. People who don't live in First Ward, you really don't have an opinion that matters about what happens there, because those of us who pay our taxes, keep our property up, look out for children and the elderly in our area, and beautify the neighborhood, we deserve more than we've gotten in the last 20 years. You can name whoever you want to. I'm not calling names. I'm just saying it's time for something better than what we've had, and we need people to pull people together to volunteer and make our community safer, more beautiful, and more forward-moving and progressive. We need to incorporate all age groups, all races in being a community. Caring about each other, looking out, turning on your porch light, help get rid of light. It's everybody's responsibility that lives in the community that you would take time and beautify where you live at, because you live there. That's on you. Mental health is always enhanced by beauty. Thank you.
Take that.
Hello, my name is Kawana Mack. I'm in the 7th Ward. I want to bring up what happened last week. We had company, so to speak, people coming to try to get the city. And we have a violent, disrespectful second ward president who showed out. And she showed us walk out here. And she always, if you saying something she don't want to, she trying to control up there, out here, and keep everybody quiet. Now, she started saying she's going to close the chambers last week, so she don't want us coming down here. They already trying to cut out 3 minutes to 1.
That's right.
They want to go and do their dirt behind closed doors, but we tired of you.
That's right.
Quincy, Priestley, Eva, and Lucia. This lady almost jumped on Mr. Fight. Got in his face, telling him what you want to do. I'm looking at you and you're looking at me. You gone. And I'm gonna tell you, when all that dirty money that y'all done took is gone, where you gonna be? You hear me? Y'all giving these priority whose contract is not over until 25, y'all done extended it till 28 without the bidding process.
That's right.
And now they were talking about free recycling bins. They said the city of Flint has to get a distributor. They have to get the people that do it. A bean is a bean, just throw your name on it. And like you say, Quincy, you said something you ain't had no business the other night. Priestley, I don't see, I don't hear. You gone too. Eva, you already gone. Moose Shack. See, look, this is what they do. They so disrespectful. They look at the clock and then they say, next speaker, please. You see what I'm saying? Disrespectful. And we tired of it. So whoever get in this seat, hey, I'm gonna be with you if it's for the people.
Good. Harold Timberlake, first of all. I remember the first time that I came up and I said, hey, I said, the world is coming. Well, that time is coming around now. The eyes of the world are on Flint like never before. The last time that I was in the council chambers, I sat over there and I looked at Mr. Mays, and this is what I thought. I said, wow, I wonder, I looked at him as he came over. It was the last time he spoke at the podium. And he began to say what he said. And I looked at him and I said, I wonder if something happens to Mr. Mays, will they hang his picture in the room? I said, I wonder, because I want to say this, that Mr. Mays was a gift to me. I mean, we had a gift right there. And when I first got back, I knew it. I said, this man is a gift. But how is it that a prophet cannot even be seen in his own hometown? And the man has to go away. But this is what I want to say to the council, mainly to Liddell Lewis, to Quincy Murphy, to Judy Priestley, to Candace Mouchet, and to Eva Worth. I'm going to ask you this question, and maybe when your response, maybe you'll respond. I'm going to ask you, do you hear the cries of the people? The people are crying out. The people are crying out, and you are in position. God has allowed you, for whatever reason, to be where you are. Now there are people that are fighting, but it seems so much like the five of you are not for the people. And it's evident. And it seems like you want to fight against the people. But there is a time that comes after this. Come on. That when you no longer will be on the council seat, come on, that you will be amongst the people. And you will have to stand for what you did and did not do. So all I'm asking you, respectfully, is please consider the people.
Good evening. I was here, when was I here? December, January, I was here talking to you all about the rental inspections. And I'm here to talk about a different topic. Everybody that I've listened to so far has been echoing the same thing. This council is not being effective in your jobs. We're here, like the gentleman before me just said, we're here crying. We're begging for you guys to work efficiently, just do something. And the council does not work. If it's not in the direction of the mayor, half of you do not want to work. That's right. That's right. And that's a disappointment. If I could just talk about the rental inspections, just real quick, how many landlords are here? Do I have any landlords here besides me? That's how many landlords I have right now here, complaining about your rental inspections. They are so stingent, they're driving us away. You expect us to provide affordable housing to the residents here, which we would love to do. But we can't with your current rental ordinance. It takes weeks to get an inspection. You're charging us $475 just to get an inspection, and you're making us bring up every single home to a 2021 rental inspection code. That's not reasonable. You promised me there was going to be change. You all said, I talked to almost every single one of you, and you said there was going to be change. And some of you have tried to make change. Others have not even bothered to reach back out to me. I met with Emily Dorr about January, and I emailed her every other week, and I get zero response from her. And she promised me there was going to be change. She said, well, if there's Section 8 tenant in there, then we should allow HUD to do the inspection, and we don't need to get involved. I said, okay, that sounds pretty reasonable. Zero silence from her. And there was a bunch of other inspections about the furnaces, about how stringent we're being with inspections compared to other municipalities. I've sent her examples. She said she would reach back out, and I hear nothing from her. And I hear nothing from a lot of you. And at this point now, we are frustrated, and while we have tried to work with the council, you now have 2 pending lawsuits against you. We've been here with open arms saying, let's talk about this. Let's find some common ground here. Let's make something that's reasonable. None of us are saying we don't want a rental inspection. We're all saying just make it reasonable. City of Detroit, Swartz Creek, Benton, Mount Morris, Burton, all have reasonable rental inspection codes. City of Flint decides, no, you know what, we're going to go off and we're going to make our city, we're going to drive you guys away because we don't really want you here. It's not reasonable what you're doing. Eric Mays even agreed that this was just a money grab by the city. There's nothing more to help the residents. I'm really disappointed, and I appreciate some of the council members trying to bring this up to the agenda. And well, if this does not make it on the agenda today, I would love for you guys to have a discussion about this at the next meeting, and I will be here. And I will be here to help you guys with open arms.
Scott Brownfield. I'm here for the same thing. Oh, what?
Speaking of Mike.
I was. Oh, I don't know nothing about politics. I don't know what you guys do. I get it. But I'm here for the landlords too. I woke up one morning thinking I wanted to be a landlord. I should have went back to sleep. I should have just stayed in my sleep, and I don't know why I did it, and I regret it, but I'm here, and I'm in front of you guys doing the same crap. I just had an inspection done. They made me change I had to put $13,000 into the house. So it's gonna take me 3 more years to recuperate this to affordable income for people. I can't keep doing this because they knock out the screens, they take off the downspouts and use them for swords. I've talked to Mike at the building inspector. We just can't sustain this every 3 years. I get it, we have to have safe housing, but the neighbor should have to be that owns this house, not with a blue tarp, have to be held accountable to put a new roof on his house. And we're bringing ours up to new build standards. Can't be done for a 60, 70-year-old house. I want to make affordable income, but I can't sustain this and make a living. I get it, I'm building wealth in the house, but I'm trying to give people a nice house, but sometimes I can't put screens on every window. It can't be done. So I got to replace every window in the house. And I bought the houses with the furnaces in them. I don't know, they look like good furnaces, now they're making us pull us out and put new furnaces in. I can't sustain this, you know, at $5,000 a whack. I get it, the houses have to be safe, 100%. I don't want no one to get hurt, I don't. This is not my agenda. So, like I said, I don't know nothing about you council people. I've never done this before. I wish you luck in dealing with all this drama. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to hope that people have to be held accountable for the neighbors that own their houses. You know, we just all trying to get along. We're just trying to make a living. And it's a hard one for everybody in this room to make any kind of ends meet right now. They have to work 3 jobs and not get anywhere. And our consumers keep going up. Nothing is coming down in our world, so I don't know where to go with this, but I just wished everybody was held accountable for the same standards for even if you are a homeowner or not a homeowner. So that's sorry. So have a good night. Thank you.
My name is A.C. Dumas. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. I'm just appalled by many of you on this Flint City Council. Adele Lewis, I was moved to your ward. And what you displayed last week is appalling. You are the president of the Flint City Council. But let me say this. Mays ain't been here since when? December? He hasn't been here, Mr. Murphy. My grandson would say, "What's the matter?" What's the matter? He hasn't been here. I heard some of the previous speakers, a couple of them, and I know, see, the previous speakers don't know y'all. I know you. I know most of the candidates that's running. I know most of the candidates that are running, and some of those who are not running. One person has been coming to this chambers longer than me, and that's Wilbur Papa Jared. I've been coming about 60 years, and I know he's been coming longer than that. Constantly. I know y'all. I hope when you choose whoever represents the first ward, the speaker said, well, if you don't live in the first ward, it's none of your business. What? You don't live in the first ward and it's none of my business and I'm paying taxes? Everybody in this chamber, if you're a homeowner, a property owner, you pay taxes. You pay taxes. I have an invested interest in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. This is a government for the people, by the people, and of the people. This is the people's government, not yours. This chamber belongs to the people. It's our tax dollars that fix this chamber up. It's our tax dollars that pays your salary that most of you up there don't deserve. But a change is going to come. A change is going to come. Truth crushed to the ground shall rise again.
Am I good to speak? Thank you. My renters do not want inspectors making the decision for them. My renters do not want people coming into their house. I had called tenants to mention to them houses needing to be inspected, and they told me they absolutely did not want their privacy invaded and did not want inspectors in their house. What happened after the refusal of tenants? The next month, they refused to pay rent because their house has not been inspected and not compliant. They absolutely used the system the city created against me. Now I am stuck and cannot evict them efficiently. I had someone move into a house, unable to turn water on because the house had not been inspected yet. The fees were all paid, messages were left for the inspectors with no return call. The house just sat in pending status. The tenants moved out since they had no water. Who would have thought? When I went to get an inspection done, they would not do it unless the water was on, so I have to pay a fee to turn water on, and then turn around again to pay a fee to turn water off, because I don't want water left on when a tenant moves in, and then a tenant pays to turn water on again. That's just a maze. I don't even know what's going on there. The city of Flint is double dipping or even triple dipping on whatever money they can grab. This is one of multiple such ignorant situations created. I don't even know why. Is it money? Yeah. We have some of the nicest, cleanest, well-kept, and reasonably priced, which is rare, houses in Flint and abroad. I'm currently working as a roofing subcontractor to make the most money I possibly can to help pay the attorneys in this conflict so that Flint residents can have their water turned back on. This change needs to happen immediately. What communist money-grabbing agenda is this?
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
My name is John Bodker. I'm also here on behalf of the renters, and I've been a landlord in the city of Flint for about 10 years. And this rental inspection I don't feel is healthy for the industry or healthy for the community. I grabbed an article off of MLive quoting Mayor Neely, and he said, "We are in support of making sure we have a livable housing stock." And then he went on to say, "To take a peek inside is not too much to ask." This is getting us on the same page as other cities in the area of the state. Well, to take a peek inside without due cause is invasive. It pushes the edge of the Fourth Amendment, which is supposed to protect us from search and seizure. And good due causes would be if you had a tenant complaining, then by all means, come on in. Plenty of houses in Flint that I don't see anything being done on. Dilapidated exteriors, caved in basements, collapsing roofs. They stay there for years and nothing's taken place with that. If you want to improve the value of the properties of the city of Flint, let's work on that stuff. And I know we have a blight department. Getting on the same page as other cities, mostly has just to do with price parity. It was already spoken about that the fees that the city of Flint is asking for is probably double what the average communities in the surrounding area ask for. And then to put the time delay on it and keep properties from being able to earn income, that just adds to the pain. Most of the landlords that I know, at least at the Genesee Landlord Association, they are in agreement with providing livable housing stock. For my business, we seek to add value to the city of Flint, every property and every tenant. Health and safety issues are dealt with immediately. Structural issues are resolved in a very timely fashion, and cosmetic improvements are made periodically. We have citizenship requirements in our leases to make sure that the tenants take care of the places and are good neighbors. And we have a positive relationship with our tenants. Our long-standing tenants now, they have rates that are below market rate. That's affordable living in a safe and pleasant home. So the cost structure of the licensing and inspection that you're asking for is going to have negative effects. It does not improve the overall condition of the house. It raises the cost of rent for the tenant. If you think that, oh, this is just sticking it to the landlords, eventually it's going to show up in the monthly rent bill. It also reduces the amount of money available that could be reinvested to improve the property. That was fast. Thank you.
How y'all doing? My name is Richard Jones. First of all, Quincy, I'd like to apologize for calling you the MF. I was out of character, but let me remind you though. You are in City Hall, you are a councilman. You are not in the street anymore. The calls that I was getting, I didn't react to them because I'm at city council, I'm not in the street. So, and about what we were going back and forth with, Ms. Bell was finna go out and get signatures against you. And when they're knocking on them doors, I know you would rather than talking about, man,
get off my porch. Quincy got me a roof. Man, get off my porch. Quincy voted to open up the grocery store. I would, if I was in your suit, and they coming. Trust me, they coming. If I was in your shoes and they was coming at me, I'll be like this. I'll be like this. You know why I'll be like this? Because I would have been on city council. I would have wrote a resolution to put $22 million into the water fund and stabilize our water fund and zero balance everybody in the city of Flint water account. I would have joined Eric Mays and boosted them up, and every chance we got, we would have saved some houses like mine was saved, whether my grandma's was saved. How many houses have y'all torn down since he saved my house? How many houses did y'all have to put out? In my neighborhood, just 2 blocks to the right, and 3 blocks up, 15. Third Ward. As of, really, I don't even know. Because when I Googled, they got me registered as a second ward resident.
Nobody know no more.
So,
They don't even know.
so they have me registered as a second ward person. Before I go, Liddell Lewis, please watch the Flint board meeting and how they treat the people that come up to the mic. Because I swear to God, little AC Dumas went over 1 minute and 30 seconds without no police being called and nothing. They just sat there like this and took it for an extra minute. And then just imagine this. It was a whole bunch of teachers that was going broke and pissed off that talked over 30 seconds.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Seeing as how there is none, it is now time. I would also ask the audience to refrain from yelling out. Thank you.
My name is
Please turn off your cell phones. That's for both council and the audience. Please turn your ringers off. Ma'am, begin.
I'm in the 6th Ward. My name is Bethany. And I've been living here a long time. I just wanted to tell everybody, yesterday I was out, not even in the 1st Ward, to get a sandwich. Everybody was talking about Eric Mace. One guy was saying how he didn't even live in that ward, and he could call him when his regular council people would respond. I've had the same problem in the past. I could always call Mace and depend on him. And he helped me through some things here. So he's gonna be greatly missed in this town. He fought for the people, not like so many up here now. I wanna say that I feel like Ashley Capital created a PAC, political PAC, so they could pay money to certain people to get special favors. And that's how they got away from doing this, and that's how they skirted the law about the money that he got from them. And it wasn't just ARPA funds, they got other money too, a couple people on this board. So it's really shameful what's going on because they're working against the people because they're greedy.
That's right.
Seeing as how there is none.
Good evening, council. My name is Paul Herring. I reside at 525 Mason Street. And I've got good news. And I got better news. I got a little sad news. For those of you who are watching the city council meetings online, you will notice that the audio is 100% better. After 3-4 months, I have finally, 3-4 months and a couple $100, I finally fixed it. And it's working good. The second bit of good news is that we are on public access. Thanks to the generous support of Legacy Funeral Home and Cantonese Gourmet. Not the city council, not the city of Flint. Local businesses are supporting the broadcast. I don't know how long it's gonna last. I don't know how long they're gonna support it. But as long as they're willing to support it, I'm willing to put it out there. We're on channel 17. Right now. There's so many other things I could say, but I'm not. Because sometimes the best thing to be is silent. Silence speaks volumes. So, in my minute and 33 seconds, I'm going to say in all things purely social, guys, we got to be as separate as the fingers. But we got to be one. We got to be one like the hand in all things beneficial to our mutual progress. Over to Washington.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council? Seeing as how there is no one else, it is now time for council response. Is there any members of the body that wishes to respond to the public?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes our councilperson in the sixth ward.
So, Mr. Tannenbaum and Adam, and to all the landlords, most of y'all actually talked to. I understand what you're going through in the process, and with getting the water cut on and the double fees, and I've spoken and asked Emily Dorr, and she did say she was working on it. It may not be at the time or as quick as you would like to get it done, but here's the thing. When some of us are worried about taking care of other business, they're worrying about those who are taking care of the business. They have a 30-day censure for me, and I'm gonna keep speaking out, because you know why? Mr. Chester, why we not getting any money from ARPA funds? Because Cyrus Park, the Incorporated, Liddell Lewis got $50,000, and she voted for it herself. When we talk about Ashley Capital, when residents come, Quincy Murphy got $11,000 lawnmower, then another $4,750. I'm gonna keep speaking out about the corruption. I'm gonna keep talking about it. They don't take care of the residents first. And when you speak up and you speak out, they get rid of it like they did Councilman May, and they lie on it. They lie on it. They're so worried about what I'm talking about on my, which is one of their bullet points, my social media, which is the truth, that they actually listed it in the resolution. That's just ridiculous. That is my own personal time. And when I get done with y'all in this ridiculousness, you better pray for yourselves, because y'all gonna need it. The business of the city does not get tended to because of the spitefulness, the bullying. The council president went to fight 3 men last Wednesday. 3 men, Liddell Lewis stood up to fight, and then she called me a bitch. That is the truth. She's a liar, she's corrupt, and she needs to be removed from her seat.
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the fourth ward.
You know, I've spoken to him, before, and I thought that it was being handled. I'm sorry it hasn't been. I wish you'd reached out again so that I could have followed up.
I'm gonna ask your phone.
I always tell people, if it's not being handled, please contact me again so that I can do more follow-up. So thank you very much for bringing it to our attention, and it will be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone, another member of the body that wishes to address the audience at this time?
Yes.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the residents and all of the public speakers. Thank you for your input. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I would like to make a referral that that each council member get I want to know the rental inspection process. Madam Clerk, and if you could make sure that each council person get that in their mailbox, that would be appreciated. Dr. Padroni, thank you for that beautiful tribute. Councilman Mays, he was well loved. And the people loved him because he was real. Councilman Mays was real. He stood and fought for the people. Not only in his ward, but in all of the wards. He was a servant, and he had a servant's heart. And he thought first about the people and their well-being. So thank you for that. Miss Jan-Marie Arbor, yes, the homecoming was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. I would like to thank the Lentar Law Group. I would like to thank Bishop Robinson, Miss Biggs and her crew for that nice repast. Oh, the Paradise Funeral Chapel, I can go on and on. It was beautiful. Councilman Mays went out in style.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the public or speak during council response?
Yes.
The chair recognizes the council person in the third ward.
Thank you to all the speakers who spoke. I would like to add on the agenda to $300,000 that Trishelle Young came and spoke on with the Flint food market. I would like to add, I guess I'll wait until city council to add that on city council. No, I probably can talk about it. I can add it on, because we ain't got to the agenda here. So I can probably add it to the agenda. We on public speaking. Oh, did we do any agenda changes already? Oh, well, I'll bring it up at the council meeting. To those who watching, young men, young women, those who aspiring to be great leaders, you heard some of the speakers. You heard people come up and make derogatory comments towards me. It ain't what people say about you that matters, it's what you respond to. And the word of God say, touch not my anointing and do my prophet no harm. So when people talk and say and do things to try to come out here and you stand on your belief and what you believe in. They can put up signs in the audience and do whatever they can to intimidate you, but you stand on your belief. You stand on what you believe in, and don't you let no devil in hell stop you from doing what God called for you to do. God said, touch not my anointing and do my prophet no harm. And you stand on that, and you believe in that. And don't let nobody discourage you from doing what God called for you to do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Okay, seeing as how there is none, before we get to the consent agenda, as we brought to my attention, there were 2 resolutions that were given to me at the start of this meeting, and that I needed to announce them during request for changes and or additions to the agenda. That is resolution 240111, and that is resolution suspending council member Tanya Burns for conduct on becoming a city council member. And resolution 2401. So this is how this is going to work. Because the disorderly subsection is in place, we will not have yelling out or anyone that is stopping the meeting from continuing. So that's fine, you want to keep yelling out. after you've just been instructed to come to order. Uncover your face and stand up then. All right, that's your first warning. Resolution 240012, resolution censuring Councilmember Dennis Pfeiffer for conduct unbecoming of a city council member. It was also given before the meeting. What's your point, Mr. Pfeiffer?
We are past
They said they couldn't hear you.
We are past addition and changes to the agenda.
Correct, and these were given beforehand.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were. They were given to me at the beginning of the meeting. What is your point, Councilwoman Burns?
They were not given, and we are, and Councilman Pfeiffer is correct. We are now.
City Clerk, would you please? Would you please? When were these two items given to me? Before the meeting, correct?
They weren't given to the public.
I believe that's correct. Thank you very much. So as we move on, that's not what she said. All right, and so now we will move on to the consent agenda. What is your point, Mr. Pfeiffer?
That is not what the clerk said.
That is what she said. Thank you, that is what she said.
Madam Clerk.
So we will now move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion on the floor for the consent agenda? What's your point?
What was it that Councilman Pfeiffer, what was he trying to do? I'm missing something. What's going on?
All right. So we are now moving on to the consent agenda. What is your point, Mr. Pfeiffer?
These two items are not added on by rules of council because we are past amending and changing the agenda.
So I believe, and this is through the attorney, if we could put a motion on the floor to put them on the agenda.
Councilwoman Worthy, you have the floor.
I move to put the
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point of
Are we
order, Councilwoman in the 5th Ward?
Yes, ma'am, are we following the agenda? Because on my agenda, it says requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. That happened before public speaking. Didn't we just have public speaking?
Correct, but these were given to me before then. They were given to me at the top of the meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair, they shouldn't have given you these after the fact. The meeting had already started.
No, ma'am, Ms. Ricardo, if I may, these were given to me actually before I even took my seat to start the meeting.
But we as a council did not receive these until after the meeting started. Well after the meeting started.
I'm not sure, but there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Support.
The motion has been moved and properly supported.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Follow-up question.
Support. All right, there's been a move to call the question. It's been properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk. We do not.
Point of order.
We're in the middle of a roll call. I'm sorry. Go ahead with the roll call.
Ms. Worthy?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No, but point of order, why are we going in the wrong direction?
Okay, continue with the roll call.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Booth?
Yes.
Got 4 yes.
Can you
Four
stop?
no. 4 yes.
We have 4 yes, 4 no. The call for question has failed. Is there a discussion? Mr. Piper, go ahead. Mr. Piper, you have the floor. What is your point?
Where are we at now?
We are on the motion to speak, we're on discussion item to add these 2 resolutions.
Okay, so can I speak?
Not yet. Mr. Pfeiffer has the floor. We're waiting for the clerk to take her seat to start his time.
Oh.
Judy, what's the correct amount of time? 5. Yes, 5 minutes.
All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
As the clerk just told me, these were not given to us in time. You are not the council body. You are a person. I'm sure that you originated these, so I'm sure you knew that they were coming. So that's why you got them. While the body did not get them. So whether or not I only have one of them, and I got this from Councilwoman Burns. I did not get anything from the clerk. So I don't have the other ones that's allegedly suspended Councilwoman Burns. So we're going to add these onto the agenda when we haven't even seen them, and we didn't even get them in time. Like, this is absolute retribution. This one, I'm being, I won't say the curse words that are on this, but I'm getting censured for telling a colleague to shut up. On 2 different occasions. And, but there's not a resolution to censure or suspend Councilwoman Lewis, who had to be restrained by police officers and there is a resolution for the councilwoman in the 7th Ward for calling me a racist about 12 times.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, what's your point?
I'm gonna call the woman in the first row in the corner over there to order. I'm calling you to order.
Excuse me, can we please not yell out? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There's not one for Councilwoman Lewis for calling Councilwoman Burns a B word. Multiple times. This is absolute retribution. Because they have 5 votes here tonight. And I'm not saying who's the 5 votes, but we know based on past.
Can we stop the time, please? I would ask the audience to stop yelling out. You've been asked plenty of times to stop yelling out. So stop yelling out. Mr. Pfeiffer, please continue.
And I don't know if all of my colleagues are going to support either one of these. I have no idea. I'm literally only seeing mine. I haven't seen Councilwoman Burns. What they have on Dr. Burr. I have no idea what that says. But this seems like retribution and a 2-tier justice system. Because if this was truly, I would have owned up and I'd vote for this if there's another one for other council people that deserve it. But so we're going to say that we acknowledge and we don't think that Councilwoman Lewis deserves any kind of censuring? No. We're going to say that you're out of order. You are out of order, ma'am.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, she needs some warning. She needs a warning. She's already been called to order. She needs some warning. In fact, she needs to leave the council chamber.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Continue.
Wait a minute, wait. Now let me start talking.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Let's see how many times
She's leaving. She's leaving. She's leaving. That's why I told you to continue, because she's leaving. We're not going to keep yelling out. Everyone stop yelling out. Arthur Woodson, you have been called to order. You keep yelling out of the order. Stop yelling out. Arthur Woodson, stop yelling out. Arthur Woodson, stop yelling out. Arthur Woodson, stop yelling out. Point of order. What is your point?
Mr. Woodson received his first warning.
No, continue, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I just want everything to be applied equally. And as we can see, it's not. You know, if my colleagues support any one of these, it is what it is. Unfortunately, it's going to take more public speakers, it's going to take more recalls, it's going to take whatever it needs to take to get the rules applied equally. And like I said, I will own up and I will vote for my own censure as long as they are applied equally. And until then, it is just retribution. And it's any dissenting voices, you will be penalized, and you will be censured, and you will be suspended. Because I have no doubt that if they pass a censure, that there will be a suspension afterwards. I have no doubt. So we'll see. I don't know if my colleagues are going to support this or not. I don't know if they if they agree with this or not. I guess that we'll hear from colleagues and see what they say. But as far as I'm concerned, this even being brought before us was not done in time for this one. If they want to bring it and try to do it in a city council meeting, that's a different story, I guess. But this meeting, the additions and changes to the agenda has passed. Otherwise, we could say Mr. Murphy's 300,000 discussion.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during this discussion time? Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
So, here's why I voted to support this, voted no to support adding, going to consent or whatever. I just asked, even prior to this being added on there, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, I just asked, can we add the $300,000 for the food market that me and Trishelle has been kind of working on behind closed doors? And she was able to give me copies of these applications that we was told that was incomplete. So this application is the complete application, and this is why they didn't get funding. So I said, well, now that you got a complete application to me, let me get copies made for all of my colleagues. So since we got this done, and I wasn't for sure if we did agenda changes already, I just asked for this to be added on agenda change. Now, y'all want to add 2 suspensions that, to me, whoever put them together, I'm not sure, it should have been printed, in my opinion, in the resolution, on the resolutions on the special affairs agenda. Because I'm sure that if we knew we was going to be bringing suspensions for our colleagues, it should have been printed on the resolution and not an add-on, as if we're going to bring it we ain't gonna let the public know, because a lot of times when people look on the, and I know when I look at my agenda, I look at my agenda for what's on the agenda. I did not see this on the agenda, so I didn't know that it was finna be right now, and then for you guys to not be able to bring on my resolution that I wanted to add as far as the grocery store, then to turn around and all of a sudden we can create something out the sky to bring a motion to do 2 suspensions. I'm not saying I'm for them or against them. I'm just saying let's do this right. And if we can't do it right, I don't think we should do it at all. So on that note right there, I won't be supporting this right now because, first of all, y'all didn't want to add mines on there. So y'all didn't want to add So y'all need to go back to the drawing table and figure out how y'all want to bring them. And if y'all want to suspend, just put it on the agenda so people will know and they won't be blindsided.
To the city clerk, when were these, well, the deputy clerk, I know she's hearing me. Councilwoman in the ninth ward is speaking. Oh, sorry. Okay. By the way, she is new and trying to do her very best. So I do hope that my colleagues give her grace as she is learning in a very difficult environment, I must say. When were these resolutions received? Do you know, like by whoever asked for them? No, I didn't. Okay. I've noticed myself that a lot of things haven't been put on the agendas, they've been missed, and we're getting them as add-ons even though it was intended they be put in the actual agenda. But in any case, Mr. Murphy, I don't know what you were talking about as far as your thing getting on, but you are always allowed to make that motion. So if you want to make a motion to put something on the agenda, anyone at any given time can do so. I would hope that my colleagues vote to add these on because this has been a long time coming. We have members that repeatedly try to not only hinder the business of the city, but are doing it in a very middle school way. And we shouldn't tolerate that type of behavior on this council. And so for those of us who have been the victims of such egregious behavior, we would like to see this be put on the agenda and passed. So maybe not everyone can identify with it, but I hope that you can support your colleagues who would like to see this move on. We should set the precedent that this is a professional meeting, and screaming and telling people to shut up and disparaging them isn't anything that should be allowed. Madam Chair.
Can we please pause the time?
And not only,
Wait, your time is paused. Audience, please stop yelling out. I understand that this is something, these meetings often run with high emotions and a lot of passion. However, you cannot yell out, you cannot keep screaming out. You've been all asked multiple times to stop. Please stop screaming out. Please stop yelling out. Please start her time. Officers, is there an officer? Can one of you come stand up here because someone continuously yells out and they are going to be removed. So please come stand up here. Thank you. Please start her time.
and not only do council council members behave in an unprofessional manner, they encourage audience members to do the same, except when it's about them. Because we just saw my colleague in the 8th Ward want to kick someone out, but if it was addressed to anyone else, like Mr. Woodson calling Dr. Lewis a moose, or him just screaming as he was trying to kick out another lady, then nothing's done about it. So yeah, I do agree, there is a double standard. And I think that we as a council should make it very clear. We are not here to have a show. We are here to get the business done. In one day, it's been 6 years, not a productive meeting, except for here and there, in 6 years. And that's sad to me. To whoever takes my place, I hope they see a better council and a better Flint, because this is embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Now, yeah, Councilwoman Worthing, yes, it is a double standard. In fact, I will not be voting to add these on because I'm still waiting on the resolution for you to be censured. I feel like you need a suspension. We don't even need a suspension. You stood up at council meetings on 2 separate occasions to invite Councilwoman Burns to fight. Okay? You incited violence. So I'm waiting on your resolution for suspension. It's a double standard. When are we going to get the resolution to suspend the council president? Councilwoman Lewis stood up on Wednesday, last Wednesday, wanting to fight 3 men. She stood up to fight 3 men. And in fact, invited her to fight. She stood up, she said, what? You know, like, you want some of this? So, you know what? This is ridiculous. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. But it is a double standard. We got council members up here. I guess they call themselves the leadership. They up here and they want to weaponize the residents against the police, or weaponize the police against the residents. Whichever way is wrong. It's wrong. Learn how to chair your meeting. Learn how to facilitate your meeting and be fair. Learn how to be gracious. Learn how to be compassionate. Learn how to deal with people. They don't even read the residents don't respect y'all. That's why they come here and they speak out. They don't respect you. Gain some respect. In order to give respect, you got to give respect. Learn how to engage the residents. Learn how to engage your colleagues. Learn how to practice common courtesy. Y'all so busy, it's almost like a tick for tat. You know, well, I'm gonna get her. Yeah, I heard Councilwoman Lewis said she gonna clean house. house me. She's so busy, she want to get rid of her colleagues. She's not even concerned about making sure that the residents are taken care of. That's our job, to take care of the residents. That's the first job, the well-being of the residents. We shouldn't even be getting these. It's ridiculous. And I will not be voting to put these on the agenda. And then we have a deadline for all resolutions to be in. And each resolution needs to go through committee. And I will not be voting on any add-ons. I want that to be made clear. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Yes, I believe that the time has passed for as to the agenda, so I will be voting no.
Are you done?
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this discussion item? The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the second ward.
Okay, thank you. Being that you had the resolution before the meeting started, as well as the clerk and the staff had the resolutions when the meeting started, I also would like just to bring highlight to the fact that the motion, according to this body, has been that the motion is always in order. And an example of that this last meeting was a motion on the floor to remove me from sitting over there. And so if that was the case, then we could not have put a motion on the floor to have me removed. We wouldn't be able to entertain it. So we must get it clear. Is it the fact that no motions can be moved and no action can be taken? Period. After the request for the agenda have been made or not? We don't want to, because it sounds like that this is double standard when it comes to that. So either we are going to not recognize any motions on the floor going forward from this point, or we are going to be allowed to utilize our council privilege to be able to put a motion on the floor and let the body vote it up or down. So I just want to be very clear as far as that goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this discussion item? The first one out.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns. You have the floor.
Thank you. So, Councilman Murphy, I had that same concern, and I didn't get into the resolution to remove me. I had a very good conversation with, he said he's not a pastor anymore, Mr. Flint, Dr. Flint, and that money was being leveraged, and that we did not have to pay the entire $1.5 million. And Flint does have a food debt. We have our grocery stores, some of them you go, they're not even clean. So this is something that does need discussion. They have not received any money. We passed our money to everybody else. Everybody else. Everybody else. So this is my decision that I have weighed on. Well, let me finish. And so when we get into the suspension, which they stated, one of the bullet points, that I was using my elected platform, media seat, to speak to motives of council. That's what I do on my own time. It has nothing to do with this council. Refusing to depart my elected seat. When I was removed, yes, I'm going to be removed by, but I wasn't appointed. I'm not an interim. Violating rules of decorum. The council president stood up and wanted to fight. It was fight night here last week. She called me a bitch, and I'm gonna use the word, and I'm sorry if you don't cuss, These are not my words. So I'm apologizing for her words because she didn't have the courtesy to apologize to the public for her behavior, her violent behavior. The entire evening, the two councilwomen went at Councilman Pfeiffer. I got up from my seat to tell him you needed to exit. I didn't become combative with her. She became combative with me. I asked for the police. The video tells you. The video shows the truth. The video does not lie like some of these lying council people. I did not want us to be another media joke because the councilwoman who was the president wanted to not give you butt. 3 men, she won all 6'4" and taller. She challenged them to a fight. I'ma stand my ground. I'm standing my ground. What's up? What you gonna do? I'm about that life. I'm about that life. I was embarrassed. She should have been embarrassed. She should have been removed from her seat. I didn't become combative with her. She's a combative person. In April of 2022, Officer Davis had to give her a directive because at the end of the meeting I was chairing, she went to come after me then. She had to be given a directive to be quiet. And finally, when Officer Davis came up, she told her the 3rd time, Liddell, shut up, be quiet. It clicked in her head. Something's wrong. I've endured a lot of nonsense from them. And I'm going to keep speaking the truth, the same as Councilman Mays did. On 5/3 and 7/19, Eva Worthy stood up to fight me. I stayed in my seat. I did not stand up to fight her. And she said, come on. I was called last Monday by Eva Worthy a bitch. I was called that last Wednesday by Councilwoman Lewis a bitch. Because I stand on my principles and what the charge says and what's right. I'm fighting for the residents. I'm not trying to fight my colleagues like they are. They sitting up here wanting to fight, coming in. She came here dressed to interview the candidates in a pair of high-top Jordans and a 2-piece, the dark gray men's fleece jogging suit. What? She came to fight. She came to fight again, not from Wednesday on to Thursday. So when you have and you set the standard that you're not standing on business, and she gaslights this community. She gaslights and lies. Now what she really mad about is she was the incorporator of Cyrus Park. She voted to give herself $50,000. And I talk about it. That money is not meant for people's personal nonprofits that they set up and use. It was her personal nonprofit. She was incorporated, the originator. She did that. And you know what she said? I'm going to get my money. And she got it, and she was her own 5th vote. So we look at corruption in these chambers, it begins with the city council president. She has no moral compass to rely on. She doesn't have a conscience. I'll wait for my second round.
Thank you. I believe that is everyone in the first round. I'm the only one left. So we will move on to the second round. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Somebody mentioned earlier that Mr. Mays hasn't been here since December. And we're still in chaos. And I'm gonna speak to my colleagues in the 3rd and 4th ward. This meeting should have been about the few things we have in making the appointment. And now it's been turned upside down and it's chaotic. And it's not because of myself or Ms. Burns. When you bring this on and try to force it down the throats of us, the residents, and everybody else, that's why everybody is so up in arms. Like you said, Mr. Murphy, put it on the agenda and we'll deal with it. But like the meetings that are called 24 hours and 1 minute ahead, it's to cause chaos. We were just about to have the consent agenda, just about to discuss the ambulances and the two other things and the appointment for Mr. Mays. And we can't even get to that because agents of chaos continue to throw gas on the I'm going to say the residents, because they just want the meeting to be chaos so that they can blame everyone else but themselves. I promise you on Wednesday when I'm going to say all hell broke loose, I wasn't over here trying to instigate anything. You can laugh all you want, Miss Worthing. You weren't even here. No, you weren't.
Point of order.
Over there.
What's your point, Councilwoman
Okay,
Burns?
more the councilwoman in the ninth ward, he's talking. She didn't have,
She
Madam
does not
Chair,
have the
she
floor.
doesn't have the floor now.
Councilwoman Worthing, you do not have the floor. Councilman Pfeiffer, please continue.
There are certain members that want to cause chaos and blame everybody else. There's been a few times, I'm not going to lie, that I've been out of order. Should I have been out of order? Was I, I'm going to say instigated, provoked? Absolutely. But did I say things I shouldn't have? Probably. But I'll own up to it. Nobody else will own up to theirs. If they're not, because they don't think they ever do anything wrong. They have no self-reflection. It's quite telling. When we, and I self-reflect all the time. Ever, you know, as a person, you always have to be learning, changing, improving. If you don't, you sit back and you become complacent up here and think that you don't do any wrong. I hope I'm never that person. So when I do wrong, I hope to own up to it. But if I want to be punished when others are not being punished for doing the same thing or worse or more egregious behavior, that's when I have a problem.
Me too.
As of, I think the last meeting was the first time I've ever been thrown out in 2+ years. Ever. I might have only got a warning maybe one time a couple of weeks before that, in 2+ years. So my conduct has not been unbecoming when you compare it to the egregious behavior and constant egregious behavior of others that are not on the agenda, that are not they do not have a resolution in front of us for the same or worse behavior. It's a double standard, and having the councilwoman move seats is a procedural, it's not a resolution.
Thank you. Is there anyone else the chair calls the councilwoman in the ninth ward to recognize you have the floor. Call the question. What's your point?
That has already been denied. Not on the same motion.
1 second, city attorney. Is there anything in our rules that state that she cannot call the question again?
I'll have to look at that and give you an answer shortly.
Madam Chair, can we take a 5-minute recess when he gets back?
At ease. All at ease.
Mr. Woodson, please stop trying to direct the meeting from the audience. Absolutely. While we wait for the city attorney, is there someone else who would like the floor? What is your point?
Yeah, we're waiting for the city attorney and giving someone else the floor to be correct, because we should be taking a second to my, call the question. So
That's fine. We will wait on the attorney. Thank you. Council will stand at ease. anybody know what you meant? Eva, do you know what you meant? Here she comes.
Will all council members please return to their seats so that we can restart the meeting? Councilwoman Priestley, please return to your seats. Is everyone back in their seats? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy. Ms. Priestley, present. Ms. Whitaker Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Michelle.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Ms. Worthy. Present. 8 members present.
There are 8 members present. To the audience for your patience.
Point of order.
What is your point, Dr. Lewis?
My point is I did not respond to the roll call.
Oh, correct.
My apologies.
Present.
There are 8 members present, and we also thank everyone for their patience with our clerk. We welcome you to the city of Flint, certainly, and thank you so much for your patience with us. Before we went to recess, there was a question of whether or not we could call the question. So just a little background of what happened. There were 2 resolutions given to me before, right at the start of this meeting. I was not aware that the rest of my colleagues did not also have those resolutions. But we went into recess to find out if someone could call the question twice. There's nothing in our council rules that says you cannot. However, it ultimately is up to the chair, the prerogative of the chair, and so I don't want this to in any way, shape, or form feel like I'm setting a precedent that any other chair has to follow. But this is something that I will do during this meeting. We will continue with our discussion. The question will not be called. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? I'm sorry, Mr. Becker, what you doing? No, it wasn't valid, so I don't know. If we were in call the question, but we're not, and I'd like to say. I recall this one that was before the person lost the floor. Yeah, I think that's what we did with Quincy. We called
We
the
didn't
question.
vote, Madam Chair.
So before it was, we voted and it was a no. This, we didn't even vote because. Oh, it was never, it wasn't properly seconded or anything, that's true, so continue your time.
Thank you. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, all right, so she withdrew her motion, is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
No, Madam Chair.
Point of order, what is your point?
I withdraw my motion to add these on the agenda. And if I do that, whoever supported it must also withdraw their support.
Oh, you're withdrawing your motion to add them to the agenda?
Correct.
We're in the middle of discussion.
Yes.
We have done this before.
I'm always allowed to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
At any time.
All right, so this is the first time since I've been on council, yes, this has happened. She's withdrawing her motion.
Whomever supported, are you withdrawing your support?
I would always support.
Dr. Lewis is withdrawing her support, so there's no longer a motion on the floor to add these two items to, what's your point? Go ahead, yeah.
We're in discussion. So that motion was put on the floor, it was seconded, and we've been in discussion. And so you cannot pull back after.
She can, because she has the floor, so she's withdrawing her motion.
Which motion, because she gave.
She's withdrawing the motion to add these two.
And she also had the other one, so she's taking, hold on.
What,
She's
can I
taking,
finish?
she's taken the floor twice within her time, and she shouldn't have been able to do that. One, she pulled back her call for the question. Then the second one, did she pull that back?
She didn't pull back her call for the question, it was denied. I moved on. And so then she moved her motion after I told her her call for the question was denied. So, what is your point, Mr. Pfeiffer?
I will say that she can withdraw with that, but it has to.
All right, so
And there's
no problem. So she has withdrawn her motion. The person who seconded it has also withdrawn the second. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to withdraw this motion. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Whitman Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Wade? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no. The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That motion has been withdrawn.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Yes, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Support. Ms. Worthing. It's been moved and properly supported.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
I wish to separate 240-102.
Could you speak to your
I
microphone?
wish to separate 240-102.
All right. Are there any more separations, even though we don't?
Madam
deal
Chair.
with separations? Yes, Councilwoman.
240-105.
05. If there are no more separations, we will now move to the consent agenda, which consists of resolution at 240103, which is the nonprofit organization recognition charitable gaming license for Back to the Bricks. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Whitman Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthy?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
8 yes. The vote is 8 yes. The consent agenda has passed. I will entertain a motion for resolution 240102.
Madam Chair, Senate Councilman.
Councilman Pfeiffer has sent 240102 opioid settlement funding ambulance EMT unit Flint Fire Department to council, and Councilwoman in the 4th Ward has supported. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Through you to Chief Wiggins.
Chief Wiggins, will you please join us at the lectern?
Yes, sir.
Chief, how are you, sir?
Good.
I appreciate you bringing this. I know we spoke about this several times.
Yes.
And we wanted ambulance service back in the city for quite some time. I know that Councilman Murphy was also an advocate of it. when the emergency manager took it away from us. Is one of these rigs going to suffice? What is the long-term plan of this? Is this going to be running 24 hours? Do we have the staff to do it? So on and so forth?
We're gonna start off with one ambulance, and that ambulance will be housed somewhere in the city of Flint. In terms of the longevity of it, hopefully it will be here forever because we're in critical status in the city of Flint, where many times there is no ambulance anywhere to come to help our citizens, and a lot of them are dying. And I just think that we have to do something for the citizens of Flint.
So I know that we have $8 million or something in the opioid fund. We don't have any redundancy with only one. That's my concern. Is this a brand new rig that we're buying? What's the plan for redundancy? Are we just gonna, if something happens to it, are we not gonna run service?
We're gonna start out with one ambulance, and this is a brand new vehicle. And ambulance, you gotta go through many licensures and state regulations to just have one ambulance. This ambulance will be delegated for the city of Flint only. We will not go outside the city of Flint. And when it progresses, we will try to come before this body to ask for a second ambulance and even a third ambulance.
So is this going to be available round the clock?
Affirmative.
Perfect. Chief Wiggins, once again, I appreciate you bringing this. I've been an advocate for this for a long time. And I will look forward to when you can bring another resolution for another one, because I think that the emergency manager, when they stripped all this stuff away from us, did a great substantial harm to the residents of the city of Flint. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I look forward to the success story of this one. Hopefully we can get more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Chief Wiggins.
Yes, ma'am.
Our last meeting, we had a very good conversation, and I appreciate your directness, because this is one of the things in the ARPA funds that I wanted us to get for, and it's because we need it. All of the firefighters are also licensed EMTs.
Correct.
And having that background, and I understand the need for it when people are waiting for an ambulance. It was also a delay when I have had 3 people hit on in my ward, and it took longer than it should have on Ballinger Highway, which were they were pedestrians, and they were hit by vehicles. I went to 911, and one of the things that they stated was, and this is before you were here, the Genesee County has experienced shortages of available ambulance units to meet the demands imposed by emergency calls. These shortages are caused in part by an insufficient number of licensed paramedics and EMTs available to operate the units. One of my issues when we first got our funds was our firefighters are licensed. They're licensed EMTs, every single one of them. And we used to have this service, and it was great. It was great, and where although people could still go to the firehouses, it was well known, and the time getting someone, the help that they need. I was troubled before you were here when Chief Barton stated he couldn't transfer, that he could have people follow him in a fire truck to get to the hospital. That was a problem. There was also times that with me going to the Genesee County 911 Consortium, that we had no ambulance service at all in the city of Flint. We had none. And that's very dangerous, because the rigs were either too far out or they didn't have a rig available. And then when we entered into an exclusive contract, that didn't work, because that meant that at that time we couldn't use the other ones who may have been closer. So having our own and taking care of our own is what should have been done a long time ago.
Yes, ma'am. Through this chairman to Councilwoman Burns, it's worse than you think it is. Many times in the county, we are in a critical status. Critical status means that there's only 3 ambulances available for the county, which is 650 miles, square miles. There's only 3 ambulances. Many times there are no ambulances and they will not respond. So we have no choice but to provide the services for our citizens.
And I appreciate that, and I am aware, because I went out there and sat with the headphones on my ear, on my head. I made sure I understood what was going on. When I knew that we did not have an ambulance to get there, I couldn't understand why we weren't getting it. And so I went out there, Ron Rowe, Tim Jones, the director, him and I keep in contact all the time, because it's important. When you call 911, it's because you have an emergency. You expect the police to show up, the fire to show up, and an ambulance to show up. And that was my concern. Where were we failing at? And I also went to the meetings out to the Grand Blanc. They have once a month, the Genesee County Consortium about the Grand Blanc Police Department, because I wanted to understand. And so us having this, one is a great start, but we need one at each fire department, because it worked before. When we look at loved ones whose lives could have been saved, and we simply didn't have an ambulance, but we received $94.7 million in ARPA funds, that should have never happened. We should have had this a long time ago. And I appreciate you making sure that this effort is being done. I know that one is already ordered. You said as soon as this is passed, it will be here. And
we should have an ambulance in operation if we can get it purchased by the end of July.
well, this is a win-win, and I have always wholeheartedly supported this. And even when we start going through our ARPA funds allocation, I supported us using Informal to get forward.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Madam Chair. Councilwoman for the board. You have the floor.
Chief Wiggins, what's been my concern about this? I bet you don't, you know. It's been the cost.
The cost? Yes, ma'am.
And I think that it is a critical situation in the city. I am concerned financially. I am going to vote for it, but I am very concerned about it financially. My experience with reimbursement rates from medical insurances shows that Medicare pays like 15% of the cost. Medicaid pays, depending on the service, average of about 8%. So that's why I said to you that I feel that your numbers are a little off. But you know, you contacted other aid services that have that. I'm also concerned because there's so many ambulance companies that do go under. We are not in a great financial position, but I'm going to support this because we do need something for this. I'm concerned about your staffing levels. I'm concerned about relying on mutual aid for fires, especially in the fourth ward that have most of the fires in the city. But I'm not, where do I draw the line? Do I worry about somebody's life? What's more important, life or property? So that's, and you can't put a value on there.
Thank you. I feel personally, as the fire chief of the city of Flint, we can't afford not to do this. When it comes to someone's life, we can't afford not to have a way to get them to medical attention.
I agree. I do agree. There's been many cases where I know people who have been saved by these people, by like EMTs, ambulance drivers, getting them to the hospital on time. So I'm gonna go ahead and support it. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna scrutinize the numbers. And I know, Phil doesn't necessarily want to have a separate cost center for this, but I might convince him on this one. So that we can keep track of that, because it is important to be as fiscally responsible, but also responsive to the needs of the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. How do we get here? First, my question. So are you telling me and telling this public that when you call 911 for whatever reason, health-wise, that it's a chance that an ambulance is going to take? What is, will you get us a copy of some data to see what the response rate is? Who go to the home when people call 911 because something happened?
The Genesee County 911 dispatches all fire and medical and police calls. When they dispatch us in the city of Flint, you get a fire truck and to go to that person's house immediately. Many times when we get there and we ask for an ambulance, a lot of times those ambulances are coming from New Lothrop, Michigan. A lot of times those ambulances are not coming at all. I've instructed my people, if we have a firefighter to go down, to put him on the fire truck and drive him to the hospital. We're not waiting on an ambulance. Our public, and this is not germane to the city of Flint, this happens all over the nation, not just the city of Flint. And so we feel that we want to protect our people. When there's no ambulance available, we have no way of getting that elderly person to the hospital. No way to get them to the hospital.
My other question is, does this affect homeowners' insurance rates?
No.
When it comes down to the lack of police response and fire response?
It could, our
because
insurance.
if I'm living in and I'm giving you an example, if I'm living in a neighborhood where either my police response, who knows when they may come, or if you call 911, when I get ready, if I'm an insurance agency and I'm covering this homeowner or renter, is it more of a liability for them living in particular areas, being that the police response may not be great, or the ambulance response may not?
I'm not sure.
Or even car
has to do
insurance.
with person's life insurance. If
Does
they
this
don't-
data, you don't know if the data plays a factor?
I don't know how the insurance companies would rate us as a city if we have available ambulances or not. Is the insurance higher or lower? I couldn't give you that information.
So we go to one ambulance truck, and it's gonna be located somewhere in the city of Flint. You don't know exactly. It's gonna be at a fire station. You just don't know which one yet. Or
The first
will
one
you
is
rotate it around?
The first one would be probably at station number 6. We would do a survey of how many ambulance calls and what area of our city is getting the most ambulance calls, and then we will deploy it in those areas. But that ambulance will be mobile. They just won't sit in a fire station. With the many calls that we get 1,000 calls a month. So that ambulance will not be just sitting idle anywhere.
So how do we plan on this sustaining itself financially?
Sustaining it, it will sustain itself. The ambulance run, a basic ambulance run, is $550 if we go to an ambulance call and we just treat and do not transport, then it's $275.
And the reason why I said that, because I only got 20 seconds left, because my colleague said 15% and 8%.
I don't know what
they're being reimbursed, I guess, from Medicare and Medicaid.
Our figures,
Point of information, that is for medical procedures, not for ambulances.
our figures that I'm giving you comes from ambulance billing companies. That's all they do, is bill ambulance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to before?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Ricardo, you have the floor.
Yes, and Chief Wiggins, I would like to thank you for bringing this resolution we really do need to improve the emergency response time here in the city. I know we're using the opioid settlement funds, and I think that's a good use for the funds.
Yes, ma'am.
I was not in support of using the opioid funds for that community center for the water bills, but I will vote to use it for this cause here. And of course, we'll be addressing the opioid related emergencies as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you, and I will vote to approve this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Yes, thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this discussion item in the first round? Anyone else? Is there anyone who would like to go in the second round? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Chief Wiggins, one more question.
Yes.
Chief, I would actually just have a quick question for you. Why are we going gas and not diesel? Being operated 24 hours a day, diesel are more, they're more approved for that type of abuse and usage. Why are we going with gas?
We're going with a class 2 ambulance, and that's a van style ambulance.
Yeah.
If we go with a class 1, or I believe that's the big diesel, and yes, it could run 24 hours a day, but it will cost you $500,000-$600,000 just for one ambulance.
Really?
It can get very expensive, and it's a big diesel truck, either a Freightliner or.
Because I mean, they have these I'm gonna say Sprinter style vans, diesel.
And the fact that we're councilman, the fact that we're going to be running a basic service. If we were running paramedics, it would be different. But all we're going to do is a lot of transport.
I would ask that we have fleet services track maintenance costs on this specific vehicle so that we know better if and when the second unit comes around, because I think that gas and having a 3.5 liter engine is not necessarily the robust emergency vehicle that I think it should be. $200,000, I think that's pretty light duty. I just hope it lasts. Since we don't have any redundancy, I'm worried about redundancy and this one lasting, and having a small gasoline engine doesn't seem necessarily correct. So I'll leave it up to you guys, but I hope the next one is more robust and long lasting, because I don't want to replace this every 2 or 3 years like we do police officers, like police vehicles. So That's my concern.
Well, we have the fleet director involved in this, and she's doing the research in terms of finding the applicable trucks for us, and I'll share that with her.
You said her? I thought, Aaron, she's gone. Wow, okay. All right, and I guess that's all I have. I just want to make sure that we get the right vehicle for the conditions that we think we're gonna put to them. So that's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like,
Madam
for
Chair.
the second round, Councilwoman, to have the floor?
Well, there go, I see Blair.
I just wanted to.
Well, it would be on my time,
Okay.
Blair. So if you could,
Are you?
yeah, I'm gonna, so she replaced Aaron. So Blair is the new fleet lady. So, I know you were right there. Could you answer the questions? Because those are the questions that I was actually going to ask. And you and I we were back there speaking last week about the ambulance service and the new ambulance that were coming in. So if you could please speak to that, please.
I sure can.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Name is Marquita Blair, fleet admin for the city of Flint. The ambulance that we've been looking at, because this was under an emergency basis, because of Wiggins, how do you want to say at this point, what he's going through, we had to go through and get a basic, like you're stating, just to get us started, because we haven't even been running the service. We will be going diesel the next round, but the ambulance has changed. You know anything about ambulances, there's a type 1, type 2, and a type 3. Once you go into that type 3, you do get into the heavy duty, because now you're into like 4, 550s and up, like the chief stated. You're gonna go into freight type of a vehicle, which is now your diesel with DEF. We did not want to run the risk of having a Sprinter that was also DEF, because it's not as big of a tank and it's going to run 24/7. And diesel is housed in the fleet garage with me, which is locked. They wouldn't even have access to DEF because we don't have outdoor storage tanks. DEF is prone to freeze and it crystallizes.
So, that answer. So, when we look at the other 3 additional ones that, was it 2? Are we getting 2 more or 3 more?
The plan is to get 2 more, I know for a fact, and they will be type 3s.
Okay, and so those will be type 3s. And so the delivery, I think Fire Chief Wiggins stated July, it should be up in.
That's including everything. That's getting it here, delivered, and it's not just the ambulance, it's the equipment. The equipment is really expensive. Like, I learned myself, like that bed is $35,000. Never knew a stretcher cost that much. So the stretcher, the mechanisms to mount them, all of those things all are additional costs. So that's why we had the cap at 225, just so we can make sure I covered all the equipment that he was gonna need in the unit itself.
Right, building it out.
Yes.
So that it could go into service and be in compliance. I appreciate, I wish we could finish this last week because this was really important. And we were not able to complete our council meeting last week because of the outburst in the fighting. I appreciate you being here today because this is life and death. And we talk about putting this was put on the back burner because a council person wanted to fight another council person. It should have been a priority, and I'm sorry we didn't get this done then because this should have been done last week. I support this. During that meeting, I went back and spoke with both of you. These are the things in the work that council should be doing, and this should be our focus. This is last week's work that's being done today. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened, especially when we know that at times, we don't even have an ambulance in service at all, not for one single call. So if you were supposed to call someone, no one would be able to show up. Chief, have you had to put anyone in a fire truck to get them to the hospital?
Not yet, but we will.
Okay, and I do know that, former Chief Barton, like I said, he did actually have to follow family members too, or they followed him in a fire truck to get to the hospital because it was an emergency. This is what council work is supposed to be doing. This is the work, making sure the opioid money, which is a lot of your calls. I had 2 people died of an overdose about 3 months in my ward. One was on the church steps. It's an opioid overdose. This should have took precedence over someone not sitting in their chair and fighting with another council member.
Amen.
This is what it's supposed to be about.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Is there anyone else? Seeing as how there is no one else. Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I'll withdraw it.
All right, thank you. So seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak in the second round, I will take my time. As it cannot be overstated enough, first of all, thank you. Thank you for the research and the work that you're doing. Thank you for making sure that people have effective and efficient equipment. Greatly appreciated. It cannot be overstated enough that at one point in time, you can see that. Thank you so much. That when we had an emergency manager, the city of Flint lost so much garbage time, from us having control of our garbage to us having ambulance services to so many different things. And so I think this is the beginning, a first step in us getting back to being self-reliant and us getting back to having the necessary services that we need to make sure that residents can be helped in emergencies. And so I am in full support of making sure that this passes, and in the future, as we bring more EMTs before us, more ambulances before us, that we also get those passed, because what the city of Flint needs is to be able to take care of itself and its residents. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And we are going to send resolution 240102, opioid settlement funding for ambulance EMT unit Flint Fire Department, to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Whitney?
Yes.
Ms. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Machado?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Whitney?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
8 yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution 240102, opioid settlement funding, ambulance EMT unit, Flint Fire Department, has passed to council. Now we are moving on to resolution 240105, special primary and general election, first ward council seats. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. She said you can go, Councilwoman, in the fourth ward.
Yes, I make a motion to send 240105 to council.
There's been a motion to send 240105, special primary and general election, first ward city council seat, to council by the 4th ward councilperson Judy Priestley, and it was properly supported by the 8th ward councilperson Dennis Pfeiffer. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Ms. Burns,
Okay,
go ahead.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to the clerk, I can't see her through the, there was a lawsuit, I guess I can't see the attorney either, it's about 6'4". Through you, so the lawsuit that was presented, has that been withdrawn? I just want to put it for the
Are you
record.
speaking to the lawsuit involving the eligibility of people who are running?
Yes.
We were contacted by opposing counsel. When I say we, the legal department, and the opposing counsel indicated that they would not argue in court today regarding that motion. So at this time, there is nothing that prevents the council from moving forward based on any type of law or court order.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was put on the record, because there were some concerns in regards to that. So today this is the vote to send for the general, we will be filling Councilman May's seat. My other question is, without our city clerk being here, who will do the swearing in?
Is that a question for the deputy city clerk?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
I understand that Gloria will be doing it.
I'm sorry, who?
Gloria who?
Okay, so that's why Gloria is back here now.
Yes.
Okay. So this is, well, moving along. I know our clerk is actually at clerk training. And so there were some concerns with some of the candidates. I don't even see all the candidates here today at all. I think I see a couple of them. Miss Nadine and Miss Anthony. So it looks like the process is going to, I don't know if Mr. McCoy is here. He's in the back, okay. And so, Mr. McCoy, you made a comment that you had spoken to Mayor Neely that the fix was already in. That's what you made, your statement that you had made when you stepped to the podium.
Oh yeah.
That was my decision has not been made, and I want you to know that. And to each and every single candidate, my decision was not made. However, I was given a video that I was disturbed about. And then I had my name where I was at a funeral all over social media, which it shouldn't have been. As if we were at a funeral for Councilman Mays. And so I was very concerned about the person, and my questions, as I asked, I guess they were answered, because everyone was given this video. I'm concerned about watching someone's locks be drilled out and someone carrying an assault rifle. That video was given to everyone.
Point of order.
Councilman Murphy, what is your point?
My colleague is talking about a particular.
Can you stop my time, please?
It stopped.
Thank you. Because I didn't name the name, so this is going to be, I didn't state anyone's name.
Councilwoman Burns, I need you to stop because Councilman Murphy does.
Oh, I thought he was done.
No, go ahead, Councilman Murphy.
Madam Chair, can you warn him for snapping, please?
Can you please? Go ahead, Councilman Murphy.
This motion that we is on, motion, just for the record, is resolution 240105. It is a special primary and general election for the first ward city council seat. This has nothing to do with any candidate that is applying for a position and what they saw on Facebook. That is not this resolution. My colleague needs to stay germane and specific to this resolution and not throwing shots at nobody on what they heard or saw. This is not on the resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Councilwoman Burns, please. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
You know what, I think this young man should be brought to order. You know, come on now, we gotta be fair. We gotta be fair. Y'all wanna bring other people to order. Bring this young man to order. This is getting out of hand. The clapping and all that, stop with it.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so his, Councilman Murphy.
Please restart her time. I'm sorry. Please start the clock.
Okay, so I want to be very clear. Councilman Murphy doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. And so when he doesn't have a clue, because it's very germane, I didn't state a name. So when we talk about putting a candidate in the seat, do you want me to name the name? Because I will. Well, I know you're saying please don't, but let me tell you something, Councilman Murphy. Don't come over here checking me, because we don't need one more person that's going to be out of order on here. We have the councilman president.
Please pause the time. What is your point of order? What rule has been
According
violated?
to you, is we is on a resolution to set a special election for the first ward, not based on somebody's opinion, and my colleague is continuing to speak outside of the realm of the resolution.
Thank you,
That's what I'm
Councilman
saying.
Murphy. Thank you. With your last 55 seconds, please remain germane. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I am germane because I'm speaking to the candidate, and "we" is improper grammar. So, when we talk about what's going on, I didn't put this video out there. I'm not saying a name, as she asked me not to. I did not. What I did not appreciate was the people asking, putting my name, attaching my name to it. I didn't put the video out there. Tanya Burns will put a video out there and put her name on it. I don't go by aliases. Let me be clear. I use my name, and I own what I say. So I'm not Becky Brown. So we clear. I'm Tanya Burns. And so you need to, this young man right here, I don't know if he was the one out here putting this up here the whole time at the funeral. Yeah, this nonsense. Is that the Earl? Somebody? This stuff has gotten out of hand.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Chair. Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Appreciate it when you ask questions.
Hey, okay, the question has been called by the councilwoman in the second ward, and it has been supported by the councilwoman in the ninth ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk, I'm calling the question.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Hello?
Mr. Chandler?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
I'm gonna abstain because I believe Judy wanted to speak, and there's a tie of whoever, so I'm gonna.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Whitaker Carter?
No.
5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes.
And 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention. We will now vote to send
Resolution 2, Councilman, yeah, I know. We will now vote to send Resolution 240105, special primary and general election of the first ward council seat to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle?
yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Whitaker Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
8 yes.
The vote is 8 yes. Resolution 240105, special primary and general election for first ward city council seat has been sent to council.
Madam President,
Whoever wants it, Councilman Murphy.
I move for adjournment.
Support. It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Whitaker Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
And Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
8 yes.
The vote is 8 yes. The time is now 8:02, and I call this special affairs committee meeting over.
What time is council?
There's no problem about that. Oh, what was that? Oh, that was Duran. Oh, somebody got to drag this baby. Get it.
Very good.
Everything else. Now wait that.
All right, councilman, please begin to make your way back up to the dais so we can properly start with the city council meeting. Thank you.
start momentarily. We need for all council to come to the seat. All right, the time is now 8:17, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
Present.
Ms. Priestley. Present. Ms. White.
Present.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Michelle. Present. Ms. Ricardo.
Present.
Ms. Worthing. Present. And 7 members present.
Madam Chair,
We have 7 members
Madam
present.
Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I am present.
Okay, you got to see that roll call, thank you. Now we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Murphy.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so now it's time to go to the prayer of blessing, but before we do so, we would like to acknowledge anyone that have lost a loved one. All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I think it's befitting that we have a moment of silence, of course, for the family of Councilman Mays, the Mays family, as well as all of the bereaved families. And also, I would like a special prayer for the family of Mr. Louis E. Holmes Jr. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else? Anyone else? All right, so seeing that we have no one else, we will go ahead and move on and have a moment of silence. Okay, so now we move on to the prayer of blessing led by Ms. Priestley.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for bringing us together, Lord, to do the business of the city. Lord, we ask that you put your hand on the city and help us deal with the challenges that are in our presence. And Lord, we just ask for your wisdom as we deal with what's on our agenda tonight. In Jesus' name.
Amen. So now we move on to the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. And it states that any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault of battery, disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. So next on the agenda, we have the city council appointment for the first ward vacancy. So I will go turn it over to the attorney to see if the attorney has any words. No?
What was your question?
Okay, so it wasn't a question. I was just seeing if you had, before we proceeded, because sometimes the attorney can have some words before we proceed with something of this nature.
Well, I believe I answered the question on whether it's proper for the city council to proceed based on information we got from opposing council that the city is a party to the lawsuit. So, city council can proceed.
Okay, thank you. So according to the attorney, the city council is at liberty to proceed with the appointment for the first ward. And per the Flint City Charter, section 2410B1, the city council shall appoint a person to fill the remainder of the vacancy in the office of member of the first ward. And according to the timeline, today will be the 30th day. So what the council will do, we will do like a round robin of voting until we get 5 votes for the selected candidates. So that is the process, and afterward, then we will have the swearing in. So just want to make sure that we're clear. Each council person will say their appointment, who they're going to choose, and at the conclusion of 5 votes, that will be the designated appointment to the first ward, and then we will transition to the swearing in. Okay? All right. So
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. All right, Councilman Shattuck.
2 things. One, I don't think that was quite clear in your explanation. That we will proceed round after round until someone gets 5 votes. The way you said it just seemed like it wasn't a little bit clear at the end. I just wanted to make sure everybody had clarity.
Okay.
Not that it was going to be 5 rounds, but until whoever got 5 votes. And then the second thing is, are we going to say the candidates' names again for everyone to know who the 9 candidates are?
Say the second part.
Are we going to say the candidates' names again so that everyone has a refresher on who the candidates are?
Okay, so are you referring to reading all of the candidates before we start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, right. So what I'll do, I'll start off with the reading of the candidates, and I'll have the clerk read the 9. The candidates. I want to give a number. So do you have the sheet? Okay, yeah. So if you could read into the record those that are up for the appointment.
Linda Anthony, John B. Billings Jr., Leon L. Cynthia Haynes, Terrell King, Freddie McCoy, Rosemary Morrow, Nadine Roberts, D. Eric Walker.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we have heard the individuals that are up for the appointment this evening. As Councilman the 7th Ward said, just want to make sure that we have clarity. We will continue to go round by round until we have reached our, till the candidate has 5 votes. All right, so we'll make sure that we're clear. Want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. So, and the clerk, you will call each council person's name, and then we will say our choice until we get a consensus of 5 votes, okay? All right, so we go ahead and proceed. Go ahead, ma'am.
Request for information. Will the starting person rotate like normal?
Yes. All right. So, proceed, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Leon Ellery.
Mr. Murphy,
Leon Ellery.
Ms. Priestley,
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Whitaker Carter,
Rosemary Morrow,
Ms. Burns,
Rose Morrow,
Ms. Michelle,
Nadine Roberts.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Whitley,
Leon
Mr. Murphy,
Leon Ellery.
Ms. Priestley,
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Whitaker Carter,
Rose Morrow,
Ms. Burns,
Rose Morrow,
the record.
Get on the record.
Get on the record.
Get on the record.
Hey, Mr. Murphy, what they doing? They under the table. Don't get under there with them. You come and keep your pen. The president pen. Vice President.
Point of order. What's going on?
So, understood, so again, we have a brand new clerk, and I was just reminding her of what was happening. So we will have order in the chambers. And so what I was doing, I was letting her know that after every round, after every councilman has spoke, that she is to give a synopsis of the rounds. And then we start with the second round. So that's what I was telling the clerk. All right, so with that being said, we will go ahead and proceed.
Sorry, when you're saying synopsis, just so we're clear, you're stating how many votes went for each person, so that not just a synopsis, so that the audience, everyone may not know what a synopsis is.
Correct.
Point of order.
And what is your point?
So, how do we proceed? Because we're in the middle of our second round voting. So how do we proceed? Because she did not get one for the first round. So, do we just...
How we proceed? Well, she can go ahead and give what the count was for the first round. I understand that. And unfortunately, our clerk had clerk's training at an untimely time. So we're working with our new deputy clerk. So what we will do, we will go ahead, she will tally up what the first round was, which started with me. And then she will read it on the record. And then we will proceed as we were with the second round. And then at the conclusion of the second round, then she will read it into the record. Okay? All right. So, Madam Clerk, are you ready? Oh, okay. So go ahead and proceed.
I'm not sure if I got Machado, but it's Machado.
So are we proceeding with the second round?
Yeah, Madam Clerk, will you please call off the roll for the first call, for the first round?
First round, Linda Anthony, 0. John Billings, 0. Leon Elliman had 2. Cynthia Haynes,
Point of order.
What? Go ahead.
Leon had 3. 3.
Terrell King, 0. Freddie McCoy, 0. Rosemary Morrow had 3. Nikki Roberts.
What is your point? You said Rosemary had 2? Okay. So Madam Clerk, yeah, Rosemary had 2.
Rosemary had 2, I'm sorry, I'm reading the third one from the second round. And Maggie Roberts had 3.
Yes.
Don't get ideas from
There's one more name.
D. Eric Walker, 0.
So, Madam Clerk. So just to expedite things, if it's all right with you, if you could just name the votes of those that received votes. So, all right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Go get Hayes.
Ms. Michelle?
Here, Walker.
Mr. Piper?
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Worthing?
Leanna Lemire.
Ms. Willis?
Leon O'Neill. All right, so right now we need a summation of the second round, please. We need a summation of the second round.
Leon Lemire? 2. Nadine Roberts?
Madam Clerk, 3 for Leanna.
Second time, you know. One more, lady.
What is it?
The audience is disturbing. Let the clerk, the deputy clerk, please do her job without.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Worthing, for pointing it out. Audience, please, let's refrain from comments and yelling out while our clerk, gets this together so we can go ahead and vote.
Leon Lemire? 3. Nadine Roberts? 2. And Eric Walker? 1. Rosemary Morrow? And Rosemary Morrow? I counted 2. Yes. We're ready for the third round. Start with Ms. Priestley?
Leanna Lemire.
Ms. Worthing Carter?
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Burns?
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Michelle?
She is in the council seat asking the audience to come to order.
Please proceed.
Leanna Lemire.
Mr. Piper?
Nadine Roberts.
Ms. Worthing?
Leanna Lemire.
Ms. Lewis?
Leon O'Neill.
Mr. Murphy?
Leon Lemire.
Third round, Leon Lemire, 5.
time to swear in our first board appointee. All right, we want to make sure that we're not yelling out Ms. Big leaving. Thank you.
There's a recall on him too.
All right, so is our clerk here? So the council will stand at ease until the clerk returns back with the official documents for the swearing in. So please stand at ease.
Yeah.